everybody. We are late as usual, as is customary, as is custom here on Broken Ground Channel to be
It
late.
is what we do. We
It is
enjoy
what
being
we do.
late.
Yes, I actually despise being late. It gives me a whole bunch of anxiety, but I'm in a really good mood today. I'm in a
Did you
good
have
mood for a number of
alcohol?
reasons. I did, and I am gonna share the fruits of my labor, fruit being the operative word here, and it is also very fruity, as am I, just because I'm so proud of what I've done. And it took me about 4 days to put this entire concoction together.
You
I'm
should
also
really
wearing like
watch
my,
that. You should really watch the thing that I
uh,
linked you.
which is,
Look what I linked you.
uh, oh man, it's doing this. I can't see the chat now. How do I do this? What? I can't see it. Why? I can't see the text for whatever reason. Oh wait, there we go. What did you share with me? I don't know what you're talking about, Spoon.
Just scroll up.
What? What is it? Tell me. Because I don't
Just
know.
scroll up in the chat.
Till I find what?
It's literally just like one scroll up. There's a video.
Oh, do you want to watch that later, you mean?
Yeah,
Oh, the liquor thing. Oh, about alcohol being poison. Okay, okay,
that's
okay.
why it's funny.
Gotcha. Oh, okay, okay. Well, look. Okay, so I had my delicious new cocktail that I'm gonna share with you guys in a minute. I'm wearing my favorite shirt. I've just had Julian Assange is free asterisk free sort of. Pretty good day. Things are going all right. There's lots of stuff to laugh at. And this is, by the way, this is my favorite shirt. Have you ever though, if you have a piece of clothing that you really like and it starts to get those little fuzzies on it, right? Because you've worn it too much, so like the structure of the fabric starts to kind of come apart. I'm gonna have to buy another shirt. It's from Liberty Maniacs. It's I'll bring it up. I'll just show it because I love this shirt. And first of all, this is not sponsored. Okay, I actually did ask them to sponsor me at one point because I was like, I really like your shirts, and can I just sell them and can you give me like a code so I get like a penny or whatever if someone buys your shirts because I really like them because they're also really high quality. Of course, they've got a Hawk shirt now. Liberty Maniacs is this name kind of implies it's this Jefferson
There's
shirt.
someone in the chat. What? This is the count that I subscribed for.
What, me talking about my shirt and how happy I am? I'm having a good day, lads.
That's some
I'm
good
very
shit.
rarely having a good day. But actually that's not true. Anyway, this is I love this shirt.
Help
Show
if I pull
screen
it
if
up,
you're not.
yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. I love this shirt. I have worn this shirt so many times that it is now starting to come apart, but it's so comfy. It's this I don't know the material. It's this like tri-blend or whatever. It's such a comfy t-shirt. You can get this in men's. Hey, scum. You have to get it in this gay stuff. But anywho, oh, and then speaking of oversharing, I want to share. Let me share my cocktail.
God
I
damn
did share
it,
this
woman.
to Scum earlier. Actually, speaking of, I shared it with you too. I have a couple
You
things I
did?
actually want to share on my Twitter. Yeah, didn't I send it to you? I swear to God, I did. Maybe I didn't. So it took me 4 days. I used all of the parts of the watermelon like a buffalo, right? I used all parts of the fruit. So this is the final cocktail. So that is
Countdown.
what? Countdown to what?
Never mind, you fucking boomer.
Oh, the final countdown. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Why are you calling me a boomer when I didn't recognize the final? I do recognize the final countdown. That's a boomer song. What the fuck are you talking about? Come on.
Moving on.
So that is a frozen slice of watermelon that has been soaked in tequila and Cointreau. It has dried lime shavings and salt on it. The rim is tahine, salt, and lime. The thing that looks like what you would kind of have as bacon on a Bloody Mary is fruit leather made from the paste of the watermelon, then dried, and it also has tahine on it, so it's spicy. The ice cubes. Oh, here you can see. Look, I put. It's copyright free, but the ice cubes are this round ice cubes that are also made from the watermelon juice or whatever. And Bill said this looked like some kind of math equation or something. I think it looks amazing. And then there's a watermelon syrup, which is the pink at the bottom, and then that's just a normal margarita, and it's a really good damn margarita. But this There's, you can see it here on the rind is the candied watermelon rind, and I got citric acid and put it on that. I've never used citric acid before. I learned very quickly that shit is sour. That is sour as hell. You gotta be very careful with how much citric acid you put on something. Yeah. So here's my modern art cocktail. Anyway, I had fun. I had it this morning. It was delicious. All parts of it were really, really good. Yes,
Someone in the
using
chat
all
said
parts
it's
of
it's
it.
an absolute degenerate drink. I agree.
How is it degenerate? It's delicious.
It looks gay.
It does. It looks awesome.
Very gay.
Horowitz remembering Horowitz pretenses that drink looks like something I saw in a bad dream a while ago.
I agree. She was like poking cubes earlier, giggling. I'm like, Jesus, what are you, 5?
Yeah, and Lamented, he's been a member for 2 months. Thank you, man. Says, hey, Crown Crew. Guess we can scratch technical difficulties off the bingo card. What's on the menu? Well, all kinds of stuff. Let's start out with fun things, since again I'm in a good mood. Let's start out with something hopeful. I liked this. I thought this was very sweet and cute. Have you seen this, Spoon?
You shared it with me, so yes.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay, let's watch it though. It's sweet. I like this.
Make sure he gets a special sandwich for himself. Yeah, I'm gonna do something. Come here. You're gonna hit pay dirt. You know why? Watch. Look at him, huh? My phone? Okay, hold it for now. You know what that is? Hand rejection. All right, dude. I'm gonna sign it for you. We're gonna make it happen.
Oh, actually, you know what? Okay, I haven't checked, but I guarantee there were like freaks on the internet complaining about Trump defacing a 20, and that this is because technically it is a crime to deface money. So, hey, speaking of just speaking of Bud Light using Dylan Mulvaney, we'll get to that later. Not Dylan Mulvaney, but there's a new ultra right beer spokeswoman.
Is there actually a woman this time?
It's Ultra Right Beer, the company that was started as a reaction to
God, it's so crazy.
and it's that Lily woman that we covered last week. And I want to go through because she's gotten worse, and so I want to cover more because we covered her last week. But I want to go back in because she has done a really brilliant. I mean, it's a world record any percent speed run of right wing grifting, and I think that it's worth laughing at because it is very funny.
God, why do you think I pay attention to her?
Why am I paying attention to her? Because I think it's hilarious.
No,
but people are like backing her up. Yeah. Oh,
why?
I don't know. Because she's attractive conventionally.
She's not,
That's
though.
why.
She's like a 6.
If she's a 6, I'm like a 1, dude.
She's not attractive.
I don't want to know what you think about me then. I'm not going to ask now.
I have really honestly.
Again, I'm not going to ask then. Oh, this kid there, look how he's so nervous. I mean, I would be, to be fair, I'm a grown-ass woman. I'm a 34-year-old fucking woman. I would be nervous if I was standing in front of Trump like this. But, oh, it's so cute, dude.
All right, Timmy.
His name is Timmy.
This guy now, come here.
Oh.
We just added a little value.
It's like Trump's such like a normal person, which is what's so weird because he's a billionaire. You know what I mean?
It's
like,
amazing to me, like the guy that has more money than anybody else in the campaign trail knows how to relate to people like they're actually human beings.
Can act like a human being.
So
you know what I mean? Whereas like you've never seen it.
Whose entire job is to represent the public, but they need lessons on how to talk to fucking people like that. Does that not bother you? Like, you're supposed to represent me, but you don't even know how to fucking talk to me without a bloody consultant. Like, you absolute weirdo.
Yeah. I mean, but it's like, this is the same reason why Farage is so popular, right? Because Farage will go out to the pub and have a beer with somebody, with anybody, you know? Trump doesn't drink. Trump eats only fast food, because apparently he trusts it, whenever he's traveling, at least. But that's why people like Trump. That's why people like, Farage. Because they act like normal people, despite not really being normal people. I mean, Trump's certainly not. Neither is Farage. But that's why people like him. That's populism. And look at this kid's face. He's clearly, I mean, like, that's so sweet. And didn't sniff him, you know? Miles ahead of Joe Biden.
I don't think
Managed to
everyone
not
needs
sniff the
sniff
child. No.
Yeah, congratulations.
I like that kid. Jimmy McConnell. So if your parents don't want you, I'll take you.
Yeah, baby.
He's a good boy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What a guy he is.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, that's so sweet. See that puts a smile on my face. I thought that was sweet. Now, we had to talk about the other meme elephant in the room that happened over the last week, which is of course Hawk Tuah. This is, you know, and this is like
I saw
straight
this
with the
and I
white
went,
pills.
like, I'm not paying attention to this because
It
every
went-
time I see a woman go viral, it's for a reason that is gonna make me hate them.
Okay, I am actually all right with this. I think now when it first started popping off, I put on my conspiracy theory tinfoil hat and I went, it's interesting that this woman drops right after that vile Lily woman and her failed attempt at being a right-wing grifter, although apparently it's not that failed considering she just got to deal with ultra-right beer. And there was some other woman who embarrassed herself right around the same time, like a week ago. And then this pops off and becomes everywhere. People are getting tattoos of this woman. People are...
What?
You haven't seen it? There's
No.
tons of posts all over Twitter of people getting tattoos of her and stuff. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Let's just go to Twitter and see what
Why
or
is everyone
X,
telling
whatever.
stupid?
Just if you just scroll through it,
Oh
like
yeah, sex shock and stupid. That's gonna catch on. At first.
yeah, there's. I mean, I'm guaranteed you can find them pretty. It's everywhere. There's. Oh my god! 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 I hate Twitter. No one saw any of that, right? I hate Twitter. I hate Twitter. I hate
No.
Twitter. That didn't happen. All right, nothing happened. Oh
don't know,
my
I just-
fucking god! I hate Twitter so much. We're gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna take that fucking stream now, or at least clip that part out. There was nothing. Nothing. I hate Twitter. Let's just watch something wholesome. Let's watch some fucking. I hate Twitter.
How many is on your roster?
There's only one I want. I love you, Pookie, forever.
How do you get over a breakup?
The only way to get over one is get under another. Beat the cobwebs off this thing.
This mother don't miss.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh,
That
you
do?
gotta give him that huck to it. Spit on that thing. You get me?
Oh, we're gonna see if the stream stays up. I hate Twitter so much. Oh man. Oh shit. I see. We're still up right now. Okay, I'll just have to clip that out, cut that out of the stream. Shit. Oh, great.
Oh,
we're
is
off
this
to
like a nude shot.
Is pornography, mate.
It's fucking Twitter.
Yeah, I thought about that as soon as I did it. I was like, I'll go to media, and it's like, oh no, Aiden, why'd you do that? It's fucking, because this is wholesome, so I expected it to be wholesome, and then there was very briefly porn on the screen. Anyway, no, it'll be fine. I'll just clip it out. It was only there for like 5 seconds. Ugh. Anyway, this is all right. Okay, back to pleasant news. Julian Assange is sort of free, kind of. I mean, not gonna spit on that thing in terms of the porn on Twitter. Yeah, I guess. I like the Hawk Tuah woman though. Just to finish that up, I like the Hawk Tuah woman. I don't like the fact that I find it weird that it went so viral. You know.
You're surprised I went
That-
viral when they had the Cash Me Outside chick go viral? Really?
No, I'm not surprised. I didn't say I was surprised it went viral. I'm kind of annoyed by its level of virality. And I smell something fishy there by how viral it went, you know?
It's sex shock and stupid.
Yeah, as you said, right? But she's got that southern twang, you know. Talks like where
She
I'm
still
from.
sounds hoary.
Yeah, she sounds like a whore, but she's making a joke. And she's also talking about like her mans or whatever. Yes, it's whorish, but it's again
funny
why yes, but again also why I thought is this distractionary stuff, you know? So Assange is back in Australia after leaving the U.S. court, a free man. So yeah, he's been in the UK in prison. For how long has it been?
5 years?
8 years? I think it's like 8 or 9.
No, it was only 5. I think.
Was it? No, I don't think so. My algo snitched on me? No, dude, that is freaking Twitter, dude. That's just what Twitter's like. I'm not idolizing her, Jason. It's actually exactly the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying I thought the clip was cute, but then I started to get suspicious of it when it became so viral. That's kind of the opposite of idolization. I'm a little bit weirded out by it blowing up, and all of a sudden she's this massive success. She's, I mean, if it is organic and genuine, then good for her, I guess, right? But yeah, he's in the prison colony, I guess. This is good news. I mean, it's good that is it 5 years? I thought it was 8. All right, so you were right. It was 5.
Yay.
Yeah. So Assange is free under Biden.
Which is totally not done for any political purposes whatsoever.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this was one of the things that everyone asked Trump to do.
Yep. And one of the people who did not want to do it was fucking Mike Pompeo.
Yes.
Head
Everyone
of the
wanted and
CIA.
expected Trump to do this.
Again, head of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, told him not to do that.
Yeah. Which, well, of course he did.
Yeah, because Mike Pompeo is an asshole.
You didn't think it was cute, Jake? Apparently, everyone would think that the Hawk Tuah girls clip was cute. I thought it was, I don't know.
How is it cute for a woman to say spit on a guy's dick?
It's her twang. It's her twang.
Okay, well then it's the twang, but that's not cute.
All right. It's, all right. What's the right word for
Hey,
it,
look,
then?
a woman just went viral for saying something sexual. Jeez, it's not like we don't see that every other fucking day.
All right. No fun allowed. I get it.
It's not fun, it's just cliched.
Yeah. Anywho. I'm glad Assange is free. With an asterisk on it. I think that this is... I think this was a planned political move on Biden's part.
Of course, that much is obvious.
Because when the debate comes, because apparently there is going to be a debate, I guess.
And Biden is.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Annihilated.
Biden's
so high as shit.
This is going to be a talking point, though, isn't it? Is
well,
it?
Why did you let him go now? Like everybody.
No,
knows the
is
reason.
it Trump? Is it everyone wanted Trump to free Assange, and he didn't do it?
What do you think Biden's gonna try and dunk on him for it?
I think he might.
Trump could just say, "Why did you wait till now?"
I mean, that's a good question, but at the end of the day, Assange is
Just
free
before a debate.
under Biden. Right before the election, right before a debate. Yes. Now, again, like I said, this is obviously planned. I would say, like everything, I don't think a lot of things are accidental. A lot of things are accidental. That's true, but not.
ever.
But in politics, a lot of it's stupidity, and failed plans. But yeah, I'm glad he's free. 5 years too late, and under the wrong administration.
I don't have a
But
strong opinion about it either. He sounds like the neutralness from the neutral planet. I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
yeah, I get at the end of the day, he never should have been jailed for this. It was completely and utterly insane that he was ever in trouble in the first place for WikiLeaks. That never made any sense. It always should have been free
Compromised
information.
national security. That was.
Oh
was the
yeah,
line.
yeah. That is the lie. Yes, that he compromised national security. No, he didn't. He did nothing. Did nothing of the sort.
He didn't compromise
the
national
other-
security. He compromised the fucking CIA.
You know who did compromise national security? The Fed.
The Federal Reserve.
Lockbit claims Federal Reserve breach threatens release of Americans' banking secrets. Wowie. Russian ransomware group Lockbit claims it has breached the Federal Reserve and is threatening to release 33 terabytes of sensitive data, including Americans' banking secrets, on Tuesday. 32 terabytes of juicy banking information containing America's banking secrets, Lockbit wrote Sunday on its data leak website.
Okay, Loki,
They hacked the Fed.
That is kind of based. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, it's
Like
based
hack-
to hack the Fed because I hate the Fed and it's
Yes,
unconstitutional
that's
and should
my-
be shut
that-
down.
That's my point. It's like,
But I don't like the fact that millions of Americans' banking information, private banking information, is now going to be public.
or potentially.
Potentially.
And also, is it really Russian?
I don't know. They're also not asking for much. So this might not be real because they're only asking for $50,000.
There is no way in hell you hack the Fed and you ask for.
Oh, I think.
50K.
I absolutely believe that. I absolutely believe the Fed is so incompetent that they could get hacked by some Ruskies.
No, 50. No. You don't get to hack the Fed for 50K. Like, no. I don't believe that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe for a second it was no way. Of all the shit
Right.
that you can hack, the Fed, which is one of the
You'd be
the
asking
most-
for way more than 50 grand.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused over how on
Right.
earth do you do that for only 50? That to me
Because this is BS.
really suspicious.
Right.
Yes.
I think so. Maybe it's not. I mean, there's no evidence for this yet, right? It's just a claim.
Right.
Just a claim.
Alright,
Lockbit's
fine.
claim is likely to be
Really
complete and utter
suspicious.
bolo or nonsense, a tactic designed to get it alien and ransom as a service back into the limelight. Brett Callow, threat analyst at the cybersecurity firm Emisisoft, told the Daily Dot. They rejected a 50K offer from the Fed. Is that what it said? No, it said you better hire a negotiator within 48 hours and fire this clinical idiot who values Americans' bank secrecy at $50,000. Oh, okay. All right. So they were offered 50K, I guess. Or that's what they're claiming. Again, that's what they're claiming. They were offered 50K.
Right. That.
All
see,
right,
I,
okay.
I can believe that. That makes more. That makes
Right,
more
right. They
sense.
Okay, thank you, Magnificent Devil. Yes, misread that. Lockbit has conducted numerous high-profile ransomware attacks on companies, banks, and government departments around the world since 2019, including the U.S. Department of Justice, Port of Nagoya, Japan, British Royal Mail, Fulton County in Georgia, and Boeing. Earlier this year, well, Boeing's having its own issues outside of this. The Fed only offered them 50K. Yeah, apparently, insane. If true, and that's what they're claiming again. This is what they're claiming, and what we can glean from their statements. That I guess that that the Fed offered them 50K. That's so insulting. If it really is 33 terabytes worth of people's data, and they're like, 50K, the best I can do.
Yeah, I can also understand you
Millions and millions of Americans' banking
You're
information.
trying to lowball because you're trying
Yeah.
to negotiate.
Well-
but still, it's like 50. All
Well-
towards the bank are like, yeah.
So in persuasion theory, there's two general tactics, and you'll find these used by dirty, filthy car salesmen all the time. But these are the two general speaking ones. It's called foot in the door or door in the face. So, foot in the door is when you ask for a little bit, and then you keep piling more and more on. So I always use the car salesman example to explain these because, well, if you've not bought a car or bought a house, if you've made any kind of big purchase, you'll know what you'll experience. You'll recognize what I'm about to describe. It'll be like, oh, don't you want to, here the car costs $20,000, but you want to add on this extra thing. It's like, for security, and this makes it extra safe, and then this other thing, and this other thing, and this other thing. And because you've already agreed to the original cost of the car that you wanted to pay, by the time that you're getting down to signing the actual paperwork, the car doesn't cost $20,000 anymore. It costs $35,000 because you've agreed to all these little additional things. It's death by 1,000 cuts, right? That's foot in the door. Once you got your foot in there, and once the person has capitulated to the original offer, it's much easier to get them to capitulate and agree to additional offers. Then there's door in the face, which is what this is, which is that when you make an insanely insulting offer at first, so you want to go buy a car, and they're like, well, this car, and it's a Ford Fiesta, and they say, this car, it's $100,000 Ford Fiesta, and you go, and you laugh, obviously, because that's absurdist. And they say, oh, wait, that was ridiculous. Would you instead buy the Ford Fiesta for $15,000? Now it looks as if the person making the offer to you has capitulated to you, is given you a good deal. I really shouldn't do this. And you'll see this again when you're buying a car, buying a house. They'll say, my boss would really hate if he doesn't want me to do this, but I'll let you in, and I'll sell it for you. I'll sell it to you at a 90% discount. Now that's the cost they wanted to sell it for in the first place.
Yeah.
This tactic, if true, is door in the face, because offering a really insulting lowball like that, to me that reads like a door in the face tactic again, if true. There you go. And so next time anytime you guys go to buy a car, buy a house, anything, any big purchase, be aware of those two persuasion tactics. If you are aware of them, you will be able to tell when a sleazy salesman is applying them very easily. Foot in the door, door in the face. So, just things to keep in mind. Earlier this year, the U.S. State Department announced $15 million rewards for information leading to the arrest of anyone involved in Lockbit. So, they were offering $15 million before. Last month, the U.S., Britain, and Australia sanctioned and indicted Dmitry Yuriyevich Khrushchev, a Russian national accused of leading Lockbit and extorting some $120 million in ransom payments from victims worldwide in more than 2,000 known attacks. In a separate attack earlier this month, the FBI informed victims of Lockbit ransomware that it had obtained more than 7,000 Lockbit decryption keys that could allow them to recover their encrypted data for free. Quote, additionally, from our ongoing disruption of Lockbit, we now have over 7,000 decryption keys that can help victims reclaim their data and get back online, said Brian Vorden, the assistant director of FBI Cyber Division. Well, I don't know. It is a hostage situation, says Jake the Just. Yes, this is a hostage. If true, it is a hostage situation. But we'll have to see if it's true or not. Speaking of being a hostage, I'm about to torture you by forcing you to watch this clip of terminal cocksucker Adam Kissinger. Oh my god! I want
to share this clip to you.
I know, it's so insufferable. Ugh, this man makes me feel ill.
I said to Aiden, there's like a bunch of people that are, how can I say this so that it doesn't violate TOS? Should cease the inhaling of oxygen, because you just look at them and go, you deserve to be conquered just because you're a weak human. Like you objectively drag down the species by being such a F-slur. Mm-hmm. Quite literally.
Very
he
true.
Offers
but let's
nothing
listen to
of value.
God, this is so cringe. Listen to this.
I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I'm a proud conservative. I always have been.
No, you're not. Well, I'm a proud conservative. Yeah, what the fuck does that even mean?
It means
this is what conservatism is, right? In terms of the big C conservative. I'm a proud big C conservative. Yep, proud rhino.
As a proud conservative, I've always put democracy and our constitution.
Oh wait, he said the word. Hang on, I gotta get the soundboard out. Excuse me, one moment. Let me get the soundboard out. Let me log in. I forgot. Oh, here it is.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Oh, this is what I actually want to do was.
You said the word again!
He said it. He said the word. He said the democracy word.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Of all else. And it's because of my unwavering support for democracy that today, as a proud conservative, I'm endorsing Joe Biden for re-election. My entire
What exactly are you conserving when you say that? I'm genuinely curious. As a proud conservative, like what? That's a slogan.
I support Joe Biden for re-election. Who shit his pants last week? I mean,
that's a good point.
Not for the first time, just this most recently publicly shit his pants. Yeah, excellent. I love democracy. Oh my god, do I have that one? I think I do. Yeah.
I love democracy.
I love the Republic.
I love the Republic.
entire life has been guided by the conviction that America is a beacon of freedom, liberty, and democracy. So while
No, it isn't. That is literally the exact opposite of what your founding fathers wanted. Your founding fathers hated democracy, you absolute cringe moron.
He has no idea. Hey, what is this? This one's just called Broken Crown. What is this?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Smallbuck.
That was Curtis, I forgot.
I certainly don't agree with President Biden on everything, and I never thought I'd be endorsing a Democrat for president. I
never thought. Oh, really? You never thought you'd be voting for a Democrat? You uniparty neocon tool?
Tell us how you really feel,
Aiden. That he will always protect the very thing that makes America the best country in the world.
What, ice cream, corn pop being a bad dude? I don't know. Biden doesn't know where he is, dude.
Our democracy. Donald Trump poses a direct threat to every fundamental American value.
What?
Such as?
Name one.
Name one.
Name him.
Absolute
Name him.
twat.
What fundamental American values does Donald Trump pose a fundamental threat to?
He doesn't care about our country. He doesn't care about you.
We just saw it. It
hell
looked
are you
like just looked like
talking
he.
about?
I mean, he seems to care a whole lot. I'm just not seeing any evidence of this. Just making shit up. Like just think. Can you imagine someone doing that? Just going on the internet and telling lies?
Yes, they're called politicians. They do it all the time.
Exactly.
He only cares about himself, and he'll hurt anyone or anything in pursuit of power. We saw that when he tried to overturn.
Oh my God, Majan 6, darkest day in democracy of all time, right? Is he gonna call it that? I bet I didn't watch this whole thing because it was so cringe. I got through like a couple seconds.
He's gonna say this is a danger or threat to democracy.
I'm glad I got the soundboard up. Yeah.
An election that he knew he lost in 2020. He attacked the foundation of this nation.
You mean being able to question the results of an election and contest them,
you have
which
done
is
for
yes,
every single
many
election
times.
since 2000.
Many times the Democrats have contested the results of elections, but for some reason, and it's not for some reason, it's obvious. Trump's a threat to their political hegemony. That's all. Only because he's something of a wild card, and I mean only something of.
Encouraging a violent mob of his supporters to march on the Capitol to prevent the peaceful transition of power.
He said, "Go and make yourselves heard peacefully." Did he not? They keep lying.
Now he's become even more dangerous.
Ooh.
He's called for termination of the Constitution. He wants to be.
No, he hasn't. Shut up, you.
Termination of the Constitution. No, he said he would be a dictator for one day, which is mostly a joke. But he's going to do what every other president does on day one, such as the guy you're voting for, Joe Biden, which is to go do a whole bunch of executive orders, like every single president does. Idiot.
Except that he's done it more than any other president ever.
Yes,
so,
yes.
It's kind of funny. I'm going to be a dictator for a day. Joe Biden signs more in a month than like the last 4 presidents combined.
Yep.
And
Just,
no one says
signed away
shit.
everything Trump did that he could, Yep.
Dictator on day one. He actually said that. And he's continuing to stoke the flames of political violence. There's too much at stake.
By doing what?
Man, just making these claims and providing no evidence.
Who
Sit on the
believes this
sidelines.
absolute twat at this point? Like, you have to be one specific, or not specific, like one just sad twat. Oh, Michael Cassidy's there. He's the one who destroyed the Satan statue.
Yeah.
He's cool. I like him.
Daryl Day, yeah. You're not conservative. Not conservative. Yep. Everyone hates you. Washed up political has-been. Endorses Alzheimer patient. Yeah. Doesn't seem like he's doing too well in the comments here.
No.
No. It doesn't look like he's doing too well.
So to every American of every political party, and those of none, I say now is not the time to watch quietly as Donald Trump threatens the future of America. Now's the time to unite behind Joe Biden and show Donald...
What? Did you notice this?
Unite behind... just as people of color, there's no whites?
It's all black people he's showing here.
Yeah, of course.
That is intentional. Whoa. Because Trump's got the black vote. The first Republican ever that black people are considering voting for. If you're looking at this, the polling data, yeah. And so it's like, no, I am speaking to you, black people. Please come back.
Donald Trump off the stage once and for all.
Yeah, you're a complete and utter loser.
Who do you think this is actually being watched by, Adam? You were made fun of by Cantor because you were pissing your fucking eyes like an absolute weasel on fucking stage next to Miss Piggy.
Yeah.
That is the thing you'll be forever known for. You'll be known as the guy that we memed into all because you were crying like an absolute bitch. Because
they
have a vagina. Adam Kinzinger has a vagina. He is one of the most pathetic excuses for men I've ever seen in any political arena.
Beautiful trans man, Adam Kinzinger.
Allegedly.
Trump is maybe going to debate Biden?
I don't see why he wouldn't. It's funny.
It would be funny. We'll talk about why he maybe shouldn't. Although he is seemingly agreed to it.
Trump's not one to
this was a
fight, so
no, but it's going to be on CNN.
And there's no audience.
And will be moderated by Jake Tapper.
Oh,
we'll get into that. Yep. So
that's another homosexual.
Oh yeah. So this is the back and forth. Trump talking about the debates. Former President Donald Trump knows he overdid it in his first debate with Joe Biden back in September of 2020. In a recent conversation at Mar-a-Lago, I said to Trump, a lot of people thought in the first debate with Biden that you were somewhat over-ramped and that you just went after him too much. Do you want to read Trump's lines?
Not really.
All right. Then I interrupted him, said Trump.
Said Trump, yeah, I think...
Do you agree with that?
Huh.
Trump answered. Then after a short pause, he defended the interruptions before conceding that yes, there were too many. He lies so much, Trump said.
True.
I was waiting for you to...
He's going on, everything he says is a lie, so I would call him... Because calling him out 2 minutes later is very tough because, you know, it's a lie. It's a lie. Everything is a lie. I've never seen anything like it. So when I would interrupt, it looked like I agree, though the second debate I handled him much differently, and I got very good marks.
You know, speaking of Trump impressions, I was watching Big Bungie's stream the other day. I just sent this earlier. Hang on. It's my downloads folder. So I sent this to Bill earlier because I forgot about that I had saved it because it was just his Trump impression is really on point. So let me just bring it up.
Ivan K with another $5.
This is just him. He was just reading super chats in Trump's voice, and he does a really, really good job. So I just thought I'd share this real quick because I clipped it because it made me laugh.
Me and Bill Murray showing up in full Ghostbusters gear to trap Jacob Rothschild ghost in a cum jar. Thank you, Ivan K. And finally, Reality Red with another $5. I'm Alex, Anissa Jomatif, Neanderthal Jaw, Insect Eyes, the final British subhuman phenotype, TND, 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 TND.
Isabel.
Thank you, Reality Red, for the $5. There we go. That was all good, wasn't it?
It's so good. It's fucking Trump impressions on point. Now another debate with Biden this Thursday. I guess it is confirmed. I kept expecting it to fall through. Coming soon, but even when Trump talks about being forceful in the debate, he's not talking about being that forceful with the experience of 2020 in mind, so how does he handle this one? Here you go.
Where the hell am I? Where? So I've been in 16, 17 debates. Trump's answered. I think I've won almost all of them. That's true. I did well against Ted Cruz, who was a good debater. All these guys that became president. Some people say I became president because of these debates. That's probably true, actually. No, he became president because he said you'd be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
That was the line that made people go, oh, he's president. There we go. That was pretty much the reaction. I was very aggressive in the first one. Trump continued. The second one, I was different. I got great marks in the second one. It was a little unfair because in the second one, a lot of votes already had been cast, so I'm probably going to look at the scene at the same time. It's like a fight. It depends on the situation.
I just have another meme to play because he mentioned Ted Cruz.
Listen, repealing Obamacare is not going to be easy. Passing a simple flat tax and abolishing the IRS is not going to be easy. But if we stand with the American people, we can do it.
Dr. Carson, thank you for including me in the debate.
For Dr. Carson.
Governor Bush, I want to...
Yes.
Yeah.
You have said illegal immigrants, quote, broke the law. What does that mean to you, and how does that inform your approach to immigration reform?
Great question.
Jet is a mess. Jeb Bush is the weakest person on the stage by far. Jeb is a waste, and everybody knows it.
Everyone does know it.
So weak, it's laughable.
The airport.
Jeb is a mess. Jeb is a waste.
Look, even little Marco's laughing.
Jeb
is it Cruz?
Jeb is a
Total
big
Jeb
fat mistake.
Dude, Jeb can still win. Come on, guys. Jeb can still win. There can still be total Jeb domination.
Inside fires. I still remember the 2016 like that. Oh gosh, it was hilarious.
I gotta tell you, this is just crazy, huh?
It's just goofy. Gary doesn't even know why he's on the dais, to be honest. He's just so high, he doesn't know where he is. That's Gary Johnson.
That's not Gary Johnson.
It is?
No, it isn't.
Isn't it?
No, that's not Gary Johnson. That's the Republican stage. Gary Johnson was the Libertarian candidate.
That's him. That's Gary. That's Goofy Gary. He was on the Republican dais.
No, it's not.
Chat. That's Gary Johnson.
That's not Gary Johnson, Aiden.
Am I wrong?
Yes.
That's Goofy Gary, dude. That's Goofy Gary.
That's not
Yes, it
Gary
is.
Johnson. No, it isn't.
Trump debate.
No, it's not.
Uh-huh.
Trump has never shared a debate stage
It
with
was
Gary
a
Johnson.
Goofy debate.
No, he didn't. Aiden.
Am I losing my mind?
Yes, that was
That's not Gary Johnson? Why am I thinking it's Gary
No.
Johnson?
No. That's not
He looks
Gary.
just like Gary Johnson. Who
That's
the fuck
not
is this then? I don't
Gary.
remember who this is then. I've totally lost my mind. Dude, he looks just like Gary Johnson. I thought that was him.
No, that's not Gary.
Oh, fuck me then. Okay. Oh, well. I thought for sure.
Yeah, that's Kasich.
Kasich. Okay,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah,
one.
dude. He looks a lot. They do look a lot alike then. That's why my brain got fucked up on that. Yeah, he does.
He doesn't look
Kasich.
remotely like Gary Johnson. They have the same
You're
hair. That's
fucking
about
with
it.
me. Kasich. All right, thanks, guys. Man, I screwed the pooch on that one. I thought for sure that was Goofy Gary.
Foreigner knows.
Well,
more
I don't know what
about
Aleppo is either, to be fair, so.
Jeez, oh man. Jeez, oh man.
This is the standard operating
Look,
procedure.
look, this being in 240p isn't also helping it very much with my face autism.
To disparage me. That's fine. I don't
No,
like-
excuse me, Jeb. Jeb is a big fat mess.
Okay, Governor.
Oh, dude, we're not the
I
same.
gotta
Come
respond
on.
to this. The reason why I should be president is great question. The reason why I should be president, I feel like I have to.
Excuse me. 2 days ago, he said he would take his pants off and moon everybody. Nasty guy. He's a nasty guy. Jeb is a nasty guy. I want to tell you, I don't often agree with Marco, and I don't
This is the
often
part I want to
agree
play
with
anyway.
Ted, but I get along with
Always
everybody.
get along
I
with
say
everyone.
this every night, every day, every afternoon, and it's so true. Jeb is a mess. Jeb is a waste.
Sorry for this
Jeb is a
detour just to
big,
play a meme
fat
and then get into an
mess.
argument with their case. It's Gary Johnson. Whatever, they're all the same. I noted that the debate will be conducted in a television studio with no audience, an entirely different setup from previous debates. Here you go, Spoon.
Right. Is
I
that's the other
highlighted.
thing Trump said? You have no audience to read. To me, the audience is easier because it's telling you what's going on indirectly with applause, not applause.
Yeah,
This room
feedback.
is a sterile, dead room, which I guess is what they want. Yeah, because it
That's
represents.
what they're used to.
It represents Biden and all of his voters.
Yes, and their bedrooms. A lot of Republicans were baffled in May after Trump quickly agreed when Biden challenged him to 2 debates, the first with CNN and the second with ABC News. Some in the GOP were skeptical, suspecting the debates would be structured and conducted in a way to disadvantage Trump. Oh, gee, you think?
Really, no shit.
When asked about how the deal came about and how it came about so quickly, Trump said it was the result of what he believes was failed gamesmanship on part of the Biden campaign.
True.
Here you go.
Let's see what they did. I'm pretty sure that is what the. I can't see
Is that
shit,
the-
by the way. It's fucking tiny.
Oh, I'm trying, sorry,
There we
make
go.
it bigger.
There
Let
we
me
go,
enlarge
there we
and...
go. Let's see, what they did, I'm pretty sure, is that they approached me with a debate that I couldn't take. Trump explained, Dana Bash, Jake Tapper. Trump referred to the CNN anchor as fake Trapper. Throughout, no audience sitting down. Originally sitting down, a debate, or a dead debate, turn off the mics when you're not speaking so I can't interrupt him. They knew I wouldn't accept
Can't do
that
that.
because it was CNN. Dana Bash, Jake Tapper. And I like an audience, and probably he doesn't, who knows? So they thought they would present it. I would say no, and they would say we can't debate because Trump said no. So I said yes before they even gave me the terms. So we got roped into it.
Yep. Democrats would interpret things differently. After all, Biden took the lead in debate maneuver and Trump had to react. What? What is this referring to? For reasons, but... Okay. But there also appears to be little doubt that Biden, who tailed Trump in both national and key state polls, felt a need to shake up the race and do it sooner rather than later. Thus, the June 27th debate will be the earliest general election face-off ever. Yeah, weird stuff happening, right? This is really early. This is very, very early for presidential debates. This is
unprecedented.
Well, literally, but I mean, according to this, but also I'm surprised Trump agreed. And that it's under these circumstances where there's not going to be any audience and it's going to be apparently moderated by Jake Tapper. who Trump right here is railing against. And if you guys don't recall, I will show you why he was railing against Jake Tapper. Anyway, though, both men were locked into some sort of deal. Trump asked if I was surprised that Biden is debating. I said no, I wasn't. I don't think either one of you could have said no when the other says yes. I couldn't have said no, Trump agreed, yeah. 4 years ago, some Republicans convinced themselves that Biden, in 77, was senile and would barely know where he was during debate. Yeah, and the only reason he had any kind of mental acuity whatsoever is because they doped him up to the gills.
Everyone
they had him
tell
on
when he's high as shit, by the way.
Yes,
it's really,
when they give him
really obvious.
When they give him speed or whatever it is that they give him the old booger sugar. You know, whenever they
booger sugar.
Whenever they give him to wake him up, you can totally tell he's a completely different person.
Yeah, it's like
than how he
CIA
is all of the
cocktails
times.
or some shit.
Yeah, yeah, he's on Pervitin or something. It turned out it was the Republicans. Yeah,
there's not many people in this chat who will know what that's a reference to.
Oh, people don't know what Pervitin is.
Guys, press 1 if you know what Pervitin is in the chat.
I think you can say sorry, Pervitin.
It would help if you don't Google it beforehand.
Well, I just...
Thank you for ruining that, Aiden, for fuck's sake.
Oh, sorry. Well, I didn't know. It's a methamphetamine brand used by German soldiers during World War II. Yeah.
Women ruin everything.
What? Put him on the Pervitin. Well, I mean, he's a perv, so it works out. Look, it's like pottery, it rhymes. Turned out it was the Republicans who had misjudged things. Biden wasn't a good debater, but he had gotten through 11 debates in the 2020 Democratic primary season. Yeah, again, with the help of amphetamines. He made it through the general election debates. Made it through is probably the best way of describing it. Starting with a chaotic September showdown with Trump, and ultimately won the election. Did he, though?
No. And everybody knows it.
Did he, though? No. Now, after 4 years of Biden's obvious physical and mental decline, and this is funny because, like, you can tell, I mean, this is the Washington Examiner, like, they don't want to, they keep saying, like, Biden did pretty well, but then they have to be like, but his obvious physical and mental decline, because you can't lie about it. Yeah, Panzer Chocolate, yeah. He is noticeably slower and weaker than he was in 2020. Some Republicans are, again, thinking that Biden won't be up to it. Is it just Republicans? Is it just some Republicans? Or is it everyone thinks that Sleepy Joe, no matter how much you dope him up, is not going to be able to perform? For a while, Trump seemed to agree, suggesting that Biden would barely be able to take the stage, probably. That had the effect of setting expectations for Biden so low that if the president simply showed up and didn't drool, he would be a winner. Yeah. I mean, I think people would be impressed if Biden showed up and managed to not shit his pants.
I imagine it'd be the funniest.
That's how low the bar is.
I imagine if he did it early.
Yeah. Yep. Now Trump is taking a different approach, so maybe he'll be fine, Trump said of Biden. Look, he's going to be jacked up on something. Thank you, Trump. Look, he was for the State of the Union. He was jacked up. That's why I called for the drug test. Yeah, he did. He called for a drug test. He said he's demanding that Biden have a drug test administered directly before the debate to make sure he's not on any kind of performance-enhancing drugs, as it were. Right? There won't be any drug test.
Everybody knows that.
There should be a drug test.
Of course.
For
him and his
I'm surprised
family.
that. Let them test. Trump should say, test me. Dems have been claiming he's on all kinds of shit for forever.
The only thing he takes take one. Is something for his hair.
Yeah, he doesn't take anything because he's super afraid of. He said, what do you call it? Hypochondriac. Not a hypochondriac. That's not it. I guess he is a hypochondriac. He's germaphobe. That's it. Not hypochondriasis, right? Germaphobe.
Adderall and adrenochrome.
Yes. I asked Trump what Trump is doing to prepare. There have been reports that he is holding policy discussions with Republican lawmakers, but not doing the traditional debate preparation, such as holding mock debates. Why would he? There was a funny Babylon Bee article that said Trump was going to go to old folks' homes to speak to senior citizens with dementia to prepare.
That's actually not a bad strategy, to be honest.
Probably not, no. It's very hard to prepare, he said. You've got to know this stuff from years of doing it, and I know all the leaders. I know what I know. It's largely based on common sense. Common sense is not to allow people to come into our country by the millions if you have no idea where they're from. I don't know. I think debating is an attitude more than anything else.
True.
Finally, true. That is true, actually. Finally, it's just a fact that both president and former president could be rusty. You think so? Have you seen Trump? He is not. He is as sharp as he was 8 years ago. You know, whereas Biden neither has debated in 4 years. Biden's barely said anything in 4 years. Trump's still out talking, doing stuff.
That's because Biden literally cannot say anything without a teleprompter in his face. Like, I'm just wondering how he's gonna do, considering he has literally nothing positive to run on this entire fucking campaign.
Yeah. Finally, it's just a fact. Yeah, right. They haven't. Biden's been in the bubble of the White House, and Trump sailed through a Republican nomination process that he dominated so completely he did not need to take part in any debates. Yeah, that should be telling to you.
That's actually kind of amazing.
Yeah, they didn't even hold debates. There's no reason to. I mean, that is when the president is incumbent, or when the candidate, excuse me, is incumbent, as Trump technically is, despite losing the 2024 or 2020 election, excuse me.
Yeah, losing.
In quotes. But he's still the incumbent, so usually the party doesn't hold debates and do that. One moment. Ugh, I got allergies. I don't fear debates, Trump said. I did the right thing with the Republicans because I was leading by 75 points. I mean, how'd you go and debate guys when you're leading by 75 points? I was fully prepared, but the polls came out and I was leading everybody. How do you have Asa Hutchinson at 0 screaming at you when you're up by 75 points? Why would you subject yourself to that?
Yeah. Like, there was no reason for him to go into debate. Yeah. He's 75 freaking points ahead. He's so far ahead. It's like utterly pointless.
There's no reason to do it. Indeed, Trump's no debate decision in the GOP primaries turned out to be a winner. No shit.
No shit.
Now, though, things are different. It's a general election debate between the presumptive nominees of both parties. How could one not do it? With a Republican and Democrat almost no matter what the standing in the polls may be, I feel like you have an obligation, Trump said. So yeah, looks like it's gonna happen. I took a freaking allergy pill earlier, and it's still, this time of the year, it's always terrible. 1 second.
I have noticed you Americans, you are not very healthy people. You're sick constantly. Whereas us Europeans, we don't really have that problem. For whatever reason. Maybe it's because we're healthier people, who knows. Where did Aiden go? Aiden,
dude, it's called fucking because I had to ask Bill if he has any more allergy pills because I've taken all mine. And then you just claim me. Look, I have allergies, dude. That's not being sick. It's called having fucking allergies.
Yeah, it's just bad genes.
Whatever. Being rude. Rude.
I'm always rude.
You are always rude.
That's kind of my thing.
I know. Anyway, so Jake Tapper is set to moderate. But here's why Trump's right to say that it's not going to be fair. If it is true that it's going to be Jake Tapper who moderates, this is Jake Tapper telling what he thinks about Trump. Let's just listen. This was in 2020.
It is the end of a tumultuous presidency, a time of some accomplishments, no question, a time where many Americans throughout the country in shuttered steel towns and in rural America.
Places that you hate, by the way. People who you hate. Rural Americans. Steel towns. Places, by the way, that voted for Trump. Also. Asshole.
They felt, for the first time, they felt heard, which is important, but it is also, Wolf, it has also been a time of
They felt heard. They felt heard by voting for... How can you say this when right behind you is a picture of Ohio and West Virginia and Kentucky voting, and Tennessee right there in the corner, voting all red for Trump? Those are the steel people you're talking about. Those are the working class Americans you're talking about, and they felt heard by voting for Joe Biden. And you're sitting there in front of a map of Appalachia voting, at Indiana, voting for Trump. You dickhead. You absolute dip.
Extreme divisions. Many of the divisions caused and exacerbated by President Trump himself. It's been a time of several...
How? How did what you just fucking said make any sense, Jake?
It didn't.
Significant and utterly avoidable failures, most tragically, of course, the unwillingness to respect facts and science and do everything that can be done.
Oh, shut up, you.
Oh, the facts and science.
I want to say, man, that is age really. That's the age like fucking bad milk and garlic. Ignoring the facts and science. You know, when the state talks about science, I tend to tell the state to go and fuck itself. The state doesn't give a shit about fucking facts and science. Who the fuck are you kidding?
Of course, fucking not. This was at the point where this was their slogan. Their slogan was facts and science. Trust the science. Trust the science. Trust the science. What is the science?
I don't need to
Whatever the hell we
trust
tell you it
science.
is.
Science is meant to be fact. Like the whole point about
Yes,
science is
trust
the
is
fact
a
that it isn't
science is a process.
faith-based. Yes.
Yes, science is a process. That's all the fuck it is.
Yeah. So if you say trust the
Unbelievable.
science, that's a religious phrase.
You are treating science as a religion. It is not. It is a process of inquiry. You idiot.
If you're telling me trust, you're telling me
Educationist fuckboy.
Yeah, you're telling me to trust an institution. That's what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Pandemic.
Not a fan of doing that.
Been a time where truth and fact were treated with disdain.
I wonder why.
It is a time.
Because you keep lying. You call yourselves the fact givers, the truth keepers, and you keep lying. We covered this last week. That Fauci admitted that he made up the mask mandate rules. He made them the fuck up.
Yeah, and the social distancing was complete bullshit. It was based on nothing.
That was all made up. Yeah, the mask mandate rules, the social distancing rules, they were all made up.
Bloody obvious, by the way, because there was one point where they said the reason why they took it from like 6 back to 10 is because people would actually believe it.
Yes, and the thing is too, Jason, it's not a doctor. It's literally just allergies. It's like cut. We have horses and stuff, so there's like always like cut grass and stuff. So, bleh, my allergies go crazy in the summer and spring. Shit. The trust the science stuff. Yeah, just how ridiculous that was. It's just pure educationism. It was nonsense. Oh, the making up the rules. When this stuff all started, I told people that like you can go read research on this that exists now because it's Jesus Christ. Like I said,
drink some water, you weirdo.
It's not water won't help. I need an antihistamine. We've known that those paper masks do nothing. The reason why doctors wear paper masks is to keep them from like literally spitting in patients' mouths during surgery and stuff, right? To get actual like spit and stuff. You know, they don't stop the spread of viruses because the size of a virus is so much smaller than the space in between the fabric. They're microscopic. So everyone knew this for decades and decades, and then they just reinvented the quote-unquote science because it's not about science. It was not about science. It was not about inquiry.
It was obedience.
It was a religion and obedience. Yes.
Of cruelty, where official inhumanity, such as child separation, became the official shameful policy of the United States.
Child separation? You mean what? Are you talking about like when you actually tried to take children away from their parents because of their vaccination status? That kind of stuff? Speaking of the science? Huh? He's talking about people at the border, right?
Yes.
But I'm sure he would have been fine with making children wards of the state to take them away from their unvaxxed parents.
But now the Trump presidency is coming to an end. To an end. With so many squandered opportunities and ruined potential, but also an era of just plain meanness. It must.
He's reading this
and
like
that's
a
the key.
Fucking plastic pleb.
That's the key. He was mean. Mean tweets hurt my feelings. Woo woo. Little bitch.
Be said, to paraphrase President Ford, for tens of millions of our fellow Americans, their long national nightmare is over. Dana?
This guy is supposed to be an unbiased moderator. I believe he's supposed to be the moderator in the Trump-Biden debate. Yeah, Trump's right. They're going to cut him off. They're going to mute his mic. They're going to completely treat him unfairly. This guy is going to be the most disingenuous little dick bag imaginable. Yeah. And if you want proof, here's them talking about it with someone else. I'm sorry I forget this woman's name. Dana Bash, I think. But they're just talking about it, and CNN mutes her talking about the debate. Well, listen to this.
Well, first of all, it would take someone 5 minutes to Google Jake Tapper, Donald Trump, to see that Jake Tapper has consistently,
stop this interview if you're going to keep
President
attacking my
Trump to
colleagues.
Adolf Hitler.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop this interview if you can.
She can't even talk about the fact that Jake Tapper might not be. Oh my God! Thank you so much, Bill. Because oh,
If you want to collect,
what's wrong with the tortillas?
you lift on top of the spider. She went into it.
Oh no, what happened? So are they all messed up or? Oh no, I'm sorry. Shit, I didn't. Oh fuck. Well, I fucked up some tortillas apparently.
What does that mean?
No, use my card, buy some more tortillas. Bill did
How
bring
did
me.
you fuck up tortillas?
I left them on top of the dehydrator when I was dehydrating the rest of my candies the watermelon candies that I was making.
Right.
And the heat from the dehydrator apparently got into the bag, made them all like soggy. The thing is, I actually already took an antihistamine today, but it's so the pollen is so bad that I have to take like 2 24-hour antihistamines now just to make it through a day.
Continue to attack my colleagues. I would like to talk about Joe Biden.
She didn't attack. She's talking about what we just talked about. That Jake Tapper hates Trump, as we just watched. He can't be objective. He cannot be a moderator. And so, okay, I just want to replay this. Shuts her down before she can even get out what she's trying to say.
Well, first of all, it would take someone 5 minutes to Google Jake Tapper, Donald Trump, to see that Jake Tapper has consistently,
we're going to stop this interview if you're going to keep
President
attacking my
Trump
colleagues.
Adolf Hitler.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop this interview
I'm-
if you
I'm
continue
stating-
to attack my colleagues. I would like to talk about Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who you work for.
Yes.
If you are here to speak on his behalf,
and I
I
will
am
do
willing to
that.
have this conversation.
I am stating facts that your colleagues have stated in the past.
Okay,
Now, as
I'm
for
sorry,
this
guys.
debate,
We're going to
the
come back out to the
expectation
panel.
for-
Caroline,
the
thank you.
She's stating facts that what Jake Tapper has stated, what we just watched, obvious evidence of, and they just shut her down. DRTS King for 5 says allergies are caused by having too clean of an environment when young. So far, they're from nature. More allergies your kid would develop. No, I grew up. I used to play outside constantly as a kid. I was a total. I played outside. I didn't wear shoes. I was a total wild child as a kid. I didn't develop allergies until I was about 20.
So basically, you're Tarzan.
As a kid, I grew up in West Baghdad, Virginia, son. You know, I was running outside, playing in the fields and the woods, climbing trees and stuff. Go down the pond. We do these little ponds, and we go catch guppies and stuff, and they turn into newts, or whatever. There's not little guppies. What do they call them? They were like tadpole things. We go catch a whole bunch of them, and put them in a aquarium in my house, and they turn into newts. Or go just catch the newts. I used to do something that I was outside all the time as a kid. I didn't develop the first sign that I had allergies was when I was about 20. I went over to my friend's house. I hadn't been living with a cat for about 2 years when I was in college in a dorm. And I went over to my friend's house and picked up. He had this cat. Her name was Lucy. She was such named after Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. This fluffy, beautiful little cat, calico cat, so fluffy. And I picked up that. She was such a nice cat. And I picked it up and I was like, "Oh, Lucy, I love you so much." And I rubbed my face all over her face. And then I just sat there and I went, "Oh my God, what is happening?" And my eyes just swelled shut. I couldn't breathe. And I love cats. And I had never, my whole life, grown up around cats, never been allergic. All of a sudden I'm allergic. Within the same couple of years, I became allergic to pollen. I became allergic to dust. And just constant allergies all the time. Man.
You touched the cursed cat.
No. It's my cat, Freya doesn't bother me. But some cats are hypoallergenic. Nettle tea with honey and lemon, good for allergies. Yeah, I have heard nettle tea is good. We could go get nettles. They're around here. So CNN. No, Lucy didn't curse me. She's a good kitty. She's probably dead by now. It was a long time ago. CNN defends debate. Although my cat is not dead. When I went to go see my dad a couple months ago, when I was back in the U.S., 2 months ago or 3 months ago, whatever. My cat Lizzie. That I got as a kid. She's a pretty muted calico. She never bothered my allergies either, because muted calicos can, because from what I've read, orange and white cats tend to be less likely to have whatever the gene is that causes the allergic reaction to cat's fur compared to darker. Although my cat Freya is a tabby and she doesn't bother me, but Elizabeth, you know, is 22 years old. That cat. Oh my god, she's not looking real hot. She's blind, she's deaf, or she's not blind, but she is deaf. She's nearly blind, and she can't really clean herself properly anymore, so she has to they have to cut out, she gets mats in her fur. But she's 22 years old! Good god!
Like a total catch.
Huh?
Sounds like a total catch.
Catch, what do you mean?
It's a joke. Never mind.
Oh.
Your allergies make you not funny.
Oh.
It's
I got it,
sense of humor.
Oh, I had to prioritize getting my antihistamines. CNN is defending two of its top anchors, both of whom were slated to moderate Thursday's first general election debate, so that other woman's going to as well, huh? Cassie Hunt. Well, let's just, can we, truncate her name, just call her K Hunt?
I had something else in mind.
Yeah, K Hunt. Cunt.
Something that rhymes. There we go.
And Trump campaign spokesperson Carolyn Levitt, who attacked moderator Jake Tapper, she didn't attack him. She just talked about the things that he said.
You couldn't attack him.
Levitt,
She was cut off from trying to.
Yeah. Debate moderators who have made their opinions about him very well known over the past 8 years, and their biased coverage of him, leading Hunt to cut off the interview abruptly. Yeah. That's not an attack. It's a reality, as we just saw. After a flurry of criticism from Trump's allies on social media over the incident, CNN issued a statement defending Tapper and co-moderator Dana Bash. Can you read for a minute? Because, hang on, I gotta cough.
See, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash are well-respected veteran journalists. Like, well respected by fucking who? Other twats?
Respected by who?
What the hell are they respected by? What a bunch of bollocks. Who have covered politics for more than 5 decades combined, and they're still shite at it. The network said they have extensive experience moderating. Yeah, Joe Biden has extensive experience in politics. That doesn't mean he's fucking good at it. Including CNN's Republican presidential debate, The Cycle. There are no, yeah, by the way, which was so great that Trump didn't even need to be there. Which just goes to show you how that one worked out. There are no two people better equipped to co-moderate a substantial and fact-based discussion. Bitch, CNN lies all the fucking time. That's like getting Fauci involved in a medical fucking conference. Like, bitch, that's not going to fucking be factual. What the hell are you talking about? Let's see, scroll down. Trump has for years accused CNN of bias against him, which is true, regularly referring to the outlet and the mainstream media more broadly as fake news, because it's true.
Fake news.
While this week, some of his supporters and media boosters have suggested the debate will be rigged against them. Yeah, because it will.
No shit. Yes.
Jesus fucking.
This woman has already proved. Jake Tapper has proved he has a bias against Trump. We just watched it. We heard it come out of his own freaking gob. This woman has proved she's so biased against Trump, she can't even hear that her colleague is biased against Trump without muting. The woman talking about it, you think they're not going to mute Trump? Yeah. You know, that's why Bluebell Fleur in the chat, and I will read the super chats after we get through this segment, asked, why would Trump agree to this? I think this is why. And why he's agreeing to the CNN debate in particular. Because they're going to make him martyr.
Yeah.
They're going to mute him. They're going to make him look like an underdog. And they're making him look amazing. It's like, look at how hard they have to try to shut him up, how disingenuous, how gross, how backwards they have to be, how slimy. And it's going to make him look like the good guy in the long run. You know? I think that's exactly why. Because it will make him look like he's being victimized, which he has been by these people. They've been doing it for years. They keep trying to get him arrested, keep trying to get him put in jail. That's not worked. I think that's why he's agreed to it. I think that's why. I really do. If it seems confusing, I do believe that's why. So, let me get to the super chats. Thank you guys so much for supporting the stream. Slosher for 5 Canadian says...
We do funny things.
Yes. Slosher for 5 Canadian says, I think your drink is super swell. Gold star sticker. Good job. I'm drinking mojito from a can. Ooh. Thank you, by the way. But dude, I'll drink a mojito from a can. I love a mojito. Horwitz for 5 says, Slosher, that drink looks like something used to poison someone in a Hitman game.
That actually is kind of true, by the way.
It does, though, a bit. Alex Karras for 5 says, as a stark conservative, I need an effective strategy to mobilize true internet editor shot under pressure. We do need true internet editor shot under pressure. That is true. Thank you, Alex. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for 10 says, the reason for no audience, and on CNN of all places, is so no one will point out that Joe will be replaced by animatronics with VAs doing the ad-libs responding to the Orange Man. They probably... I wouldn't be surprised if they basically tried to replace him with AI. they use a Biden hologram. It's like, Biden can't be here because of COVID restrictions or something, so we're gonna beam him in via a Biden hologram, and it's just an AI. I wouldn't even be shocked by something that's stupid. 2-pack hologram.
Lionel thinks that eventually Gavin Newsom is going to be the selected nominee. I don't see that happening. I
love
think it is
Lionel.
going to be Joe Biden.
But I can't see that happening.
Yeah, neither do I.
I love Lionel, but can't see that happening. Ariel Suarez for 10 says, hey guys, is science a process by which you attempt to make meaningful and reliable predictions? Yes. Also, I want to know of good sources to learn and improve my knowledge of research methodology.
Hayden.
Yeah, okay. What?
That's your thing.
Yes. So I'm going to recommend a book. Make sure I have the right citation here. That I taught out of, and that I was also taught out of as well. So, research methods. And it's a textbook. And I want to get... Is it the 4th edition? So I want to make sure I have the right book. Understanding Communication Research. Yes, this is it. Right. Is this the most recent one? But you can get an older edition. Let me just make sure this is the right book. Understanding. This is it. This is it. Understanding Communication Research Management. State of Article Party. Yeah. This is it. Okay. Looking at my dresses. This is the book, I think. Yeah. I don't know if I see it. It's Communication Research Methods. I'll find it here in a moment. Might not be Understanding. That sounds like the right one, though. Why don't I even erase this? Okay. If I see the cover, I'll know which book it is. It's an older edition, though, is the cover that I'm familiar with. It is a book called Communication Research Methods. I just have to make sure it's the right one. I'm pretty sure it's this one. By Jerian Merrigan and Carol L. Huston. I'm pretty sure this is the right book. You don't have to get... It depends on the edition. I'm fairly sure this is it. By the way, don't buy it. There's a cool website called LibGen that you could go to and get a version of this website. I'm not, I don't know. You could. I'm not telling you to do anything or whatever, but...
It's totally not a great website where you can get a shitload of books. It's not at all. Not at all. I've definitely not used it extensively for any of my research whatsoever. Never. No.
Where's this? No, this isn't it. It's the one. It's this one. It's this one. This book is very good. It is written for graduate and doctoral students. However, I think it shows you how research works, how to understand it, and then also how to do it. It gives you kind of an idea of how to do it. Oh, I don't like that it's showing my... You want to buy some more Oswald Spengler books? Yeah.
Yes, Aiden's been reading Oswald Spengler.
Yeah. Slowly,
he totally looks like a villain.
Yeah.
He looks like he could be my father.
Oh, true, actually.
If my father was like a Bond villain.
That's the book, though. Check it out. Any book on... That's the one that I learned out of. So,
if you wish to become anti-Western in a based way, you must read Spengler, and you must also read Evola.
Yeah, Spengler and Evola. Pretty much.
And then you will go, oh God, what have we done?
Yeah. So Ariel, that's what Ariel, sorry. That's what I would recommend is that book. No, there's plenty of really good books on it, and there's plenty of like sources online to help you understand how to read research. But understanding basic research methodology that book is very helpful, and even though it is written for graduate and doctoral students, I found it to be very, very approachable. DRT is King for 5 says allergies are. Oh, I read that one. Yeah, and debunked DRT. Thank you though. Hasappa for 5 says I was the same outside in the forest and backyards barefoot at day. Terrible allergies by 10. Pet a horse at a church fair. My eyes swelled shut. Yeah, weird. I don't know. Like it's like it gets activated or something. I swear to God, it happened because I didn't live with my cats for 2 years while I was in a dorm, and you know, just because I wasn't around them, it was like set. And it does happen like that. Like my stepmother, right? All her life, Evola, aren't his views all over the place? No, not really. His views are pretty consistent. It's just that it's a little. He gets a little esoteric, all right, in some stuff. Evola's difficult for me in particular because I like the straight poop. You know, I want data and science and facts, and I don't do well with philosophy. My stepmom though, all her life, no food allergies whatsoever. She and my dad go out on vacation 1 year. They've been together a couple years. I mean, they've been married a couple years at that point. They go on vacation to Virginia Beach, I think, like they normally did. Went to this Julius Evola, womb raider. They went to this seafood restaurant that they had been to many times before. And all of a sudden, she gets a deadly allergic reaction. Her throat swells shut as a reaction to shellfish. And then, like, next thing you know, they go out to eat at Applebee's or something. I don't remember. Back home. And she doesn't have any... They figure, okay, well, it's shellfish. She's allergic to shellfish. She eats a burger. Throat swells shut. Has to go to the hospital. Again. Think, well, maybe it's contamination. It kept being more and more things until the point where now... I mean, it's many years ago that this happened. This started happening to her, like, more than 10 years ago now. She can basically just eat, like, plain... chicken with no seasoning on it, plain bread, and that's mayonnaise. That's like it. She can't eat anything. Her food allergies are so insane, and this happened when she was in her 50s. It can just happen like that, you know. Apparently. Cole Summers for 5 says, actually, from a leftist perspective, listing off the risky things you've said in the past, in the present, is an attack. There's truth in this. All the risky things you've said in the past. In the present is an attack. Yeah, I suppose so. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, though. DRT is... Sorry, Cole. If you say in the chat, I could probably recall. DRT is King for 5 says, Ito is the Spanish suffix for small, yes. So a mojito implies the existence of a Spanish language drink called a mojo. Yeah, true. 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 So, we had covered this last week, but everyone is fleeing California. Gee, I can't imagine why. Cole says, I put something in the news section of the Discord. It's a recently published research study on the effectiveness of gender indoctrination on kids. Oh, I'll take a look at that. Thank you, Cole. I know that they just recently published a study that was a comprehensive fMRI analysis of brain differential activation in neurological function between males and females, and they used AI to detect the differences so that they could kind of eliminate human bias. Oh, and it turns out that men and women's brains are completely fucking different. Wowee.
May of last year.
This is a brand new study. It just came out, I think, last week.
Oh, it's not May of last year. Last month, May. 2024. Yeah, I saw the thing. It's on my Twitter feed.
Maybe a month ago then, yeah. Yeah. Label sent it to me, asked me to read it. I skimmed it. I haven't had time because I'm editing a new video, but I would like to cover it in more detail because that's the reason for using AI. Because the AI is just it's just a pattern recognition machine, which humans are too, but humans have bias in a way that computers don't. Computers can develop biases.
By the way?
On?
The MEI.
Which was?
The Wang wisdom thing.
No.
Yes, you did. I linked it to you, woman. The archive thing. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I did read that. Yeah, yes, I did read that.
Jesus,
yes. Oh, yeah, I did read that.
Your allergies makes your brain slow, too.
No. I just, you called it Wang wisdom, and I was, the MEI, and yes, I did read that.
It was funny.
I mean, it's funny that the guy's name is Wang for sure. Yes, that's very funny. So we watched this last week. This woman is some kind of fitness influencer, and she's explaining why she is fleeing California. Let's watch it again because I think it's pertinent because she's not the only one. They are doing this in droves. Also, this video is so infuriating. I just want to get mad at it again.
I'm a woman. I'm a gay woman. My mom's a Jew. My dad's an Arab.
Yeah.
I have a black kid.
Check all your boxes, of course.
And believe it or not, my son is half Latin, even though he doesn't look like it. I hold 1 million cards in your game of woke victimology poker. And when I leave California, maybe you've lost your fucking mind.
Yeah, maybe you have.
Maybe you also voted for all that shit.
Again, we talked about it last week, but you voted for all this stuff. You and all your virtue signaling, all your checked boxes, you voted for this, and it's not turning out the way you liked it. Huh? The way you wanted.
And, you know,
Adam Carolla, who is not a leftist, is also leaving California. Everyone is fleeing. As far as I understand, Adam Carolla is pretty based. But yeah, here he's talking about it as well.
But now it's time to move.
Is it? Like, are you to that point?
Yeah, well, I have twins, and they're in their senior year of high school, and I didn't want to pick up and, tear up their roots, So people always go, when are you leaving? And I go, I will be attending their high school graduation in a U-Haul.
This is the same podcast, by the way, if you can't tell. But,
By the way,
Sage Steele.
One of the ladies that basically spoke out about like DEI at ESPN a while ago, that's her. So she's the based sane one.
Yeah. I mean, but it's just like, it's everybody. Everyone knows that California is doomed. Now, the other woman, Jillian Michaels, she voted for it. Adam Carolla didn't, I don't think. Based on what I know about him.
Is fairly right-wing, yeah.
Yeah.
I may not get out of it. I may just park, honk the horn and
Honk the
flash
horn
the
when you
high
hear their
beams.
names. And the twins will be back to back, so like...
They'll be back to back. I probably won't be able to hear them from where I am, but when I'll see them come across the dais, or hell, the boy might not even graduate. Either way, tooting on the horn, some high beams, and then right into the
Love
U-Haul.
you guys.
Love you, and I'll just be backing out.
And you'll be backing out, driving to...
Well, that's a sad testimonial about California and sort of recent downturn in LA as well. Because growing up out here, nobody left.
Yeah.
You'd be a fool to leave, And
everyone always moved there. That was like part of the American dream, right? Is you go move out to California or New York and find your dreams or whatever. Didn't Giulio Savolo advocate for the race laws in Italy and then flee to Germany after the Italian government fell? Yes, he did. And yeah, you've watched the Tick History video, yeah. He is still very well worth reading. That don't like if you go to the Wikipedia page on Evola, it's going to call him a fascist and a Nazi and all that kind of, or Nazi sympathizer, whatever. Read Evola. Don't let stuff like that put a hinder on reading people who have heterodox things to say. Now, I'm not saying that you need to believe in everything Evola is saying. I think he has some very good points, extremely good points.
You must become a disciple of Evola.
Also, don't and what's that term called? Where it's presentism. Don't allow presentism to cloud your worldview on it either. Of looking back and saying, well, like, oh, look, he did these things or whatever. That's because from our modern day sensibilities, that sounds bad or whatever. If you think it sounds bad, don't allow presentism to color your view of people who lived in the past, right?
The notion of moving out of LA and going to like one of the Carolinas or Nashville or
Texas, Austin.
I mean, that's like everyone said. You watch the beginning of the Beverly Hillbillies. That's how it worked. They lived over here, and then they came to where we are. And I was
right. The Beverly Hillbillies is such a good example to bring up. Of Beverly Hillbillies are from Kentucky or Louisiana. I think they're from like Kentucky or Tennessee. I don't remember, something like that. Somewhere in the Appalachians. Find a bunch of oil become super rich, and the first thing they do is move to Beverly Hills and buy a mansion, because that was the American dream. And now the streets of LA are riddled with homeless vagabonds who can go to a clinic and get free crack pipes.
That's New York.
I thought that was in LA as well, isn't it? Or is that is New York?
That's just New York, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, is it? Well,
I mean,
LA's
if it is in
not as bad.
California, I wouldn't be surprised.
I thought that was. Who can really tell the difference between California and New York? To be fair, on things like that. Well, I mean, okay, so that's New York, but it's the same problem in New York as it is in LA. LA is just more of a sprawl of the degeneracy and the decay, whereas New York's more condensed, I suppose.
Already there.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's a weird, rare, moving to a place like Wyoming or something would have been unfathomable, unheard of. I didn't even know where any other, when you grow up out here, you don't even know where, Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Right.
Where's
it's a different
that?
world.
Why would you go there? You know what I mean? So that was unthinkable. And every once in a blue moon, somebody would go, "Oh, he sold his business and him and his wife are moving to Maui or something." And you kind of go like, "Well, all right.
I see that.
I see him moving to Maui." Yeah, but that was it. Nobody left. They might retire and go somewhere or something. And now when people go, "Well, where are you going?" It's like, anywhere. Texas, Florida,
Yeah.
one of the Carolinas, Tennessee, there's like 15 places,
Right.
And that's sad because I don't even have a place that I need to go. There's a difference between going, I want to live out my retirement years in Maui, or I got to move to Arizona because I have bronchitis or something. This ain't that. This is just, I have to leave.
It's sad.
I don't even know where I'm going. This isn't me cheating on you for another woman. This is, I hate you so much, I'm moving into a motel room and not dating for 6 years.
It's so sad.
It is.
That's a good
Because
description, actually.
as
It's perfect. But Adam still got it. He's still funny.
someone who's not from California, I'm really I don't have a home. My dad was military and I've lived all over the world, and any place can be home. And I actually love that experience. But
yeah, so I feel.
From the outside looking in, I mean, California was always like heaven. And to me, the most beautiful state, the most diverse state when you look at just the topography, when you can go to the redwoods up north and you have the desert and the mountains and the ocean and the weather. It's gorgeous. It's the perfect state. The food here is better, right? Everything's fresh and grown in wine country. There's no better state, in my opinion.
Well, on paper. And then you voted for all this stupid shit and destroyed it. Now, I would never. Oh God, I would never want to go to California. I've never had a desire. It was never. Did you ever have that dream to be famous? That was never me. No, see, I never had that either.
I think probably when I was a very, very small kid, maybe, and then as you got older, you go, "Oh my God, being known by everyone, Jesus, fuck."
Which is funny because we're doing an internet show, but you know what I mean. But
I don't want to be known for, like, if you go to like Hollywood, you're basically known for your appearance. I'd rather be known for the person that I say to people, if I can just make people go, "Oh my God, I'm not the only person who thinks this thing and everyone else is going completely insane," and I can be like the one voice that makes people realize, no, they're not losing their fucking minds, everyone else is, and
yes,
then I'm pretty good with that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, see, my antihistamine's kicked in. Now I can sound normal. Not constantly coughing and. Yeah, I mean, I've never had any desire to go to California. I think I said this before. When I was a little kid, my dad would give me like placeholder ideas of things that I wanted to be when I grew up, and the first one was architect. He gave me like CAD software when I was 6 years old, 7 years old, to play around with. And I'm just at that time I thought it was so. When I got a little bit older, I thought, oh, I'm so bad at math, I can't be an architect. That wouldn't work. And then he gave me lawyer, and he's like, oh, you're really good at talking. I certainly can talk. You've noticed. I would have probably been a pretty good lawyer, I think. I probably would have been pretty good at that.
Someone in the chat says, "Don't flatter yourself. Nobody knows who you guys are." Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. That's we would like to keep it that way.
That's we're
not complaining
ultra
about
micro
that.
e-celebs. No, we're ultra micro e-celebs, but we're just content creators, whatever the fuck you want. I like content creator. I hate influencer. I hate that term.
Oh yeah, that's a
but,
cringe phrase. I hate that.
Makes
as well.
you
That
yeah
sounds
makes
political.
you wanna, makes me want to top myself. But yeah, right. Micro e-celebrities is fine. But still saying we are doing something public facing.
Yeah, essentially.
But yeah, then I just wanted to. Sorry about the ads. I keep trying to stop them, but I try to keep them to a minimum when I notice them. Anywho, yeah, and then I went to college and I took this class and the professor. I fell in love with communication. I was like, I want to learn everything about the research on this. I want to study. It's not really psychology. I mean, psychology is involved in it. So I took classes on neuropsych and all that other, all regular psych stuff. But yeah, and then I decided I just wanted to do research. It's the only thing that what mattered to me was maths and science and research. So you never know where you're going to find yourself. But I never had the desire to go to California at all, or be famous, or be an actress, or whatever. Even though I used to make, did you ever make movies as a kid or anything like that?
I wanted to star in one because I was an idiot as a kid.
I had a camcorder and I would make stupid little movies with my dolls and stuff. But that's just.
So.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I'd play out. It wouldn't be well, I had dolls, and so I would play out movies with my dolls, right? I'd do that. And then I learned video editing because I went to art school. Unlike a certain Austrian man, I actually got into art school.
Jeez, poor shade on poor Adolf.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, poor Adolf. So,
to be fair, he also managed to make an entire regime, so that's kind of based.
I think we got the gist of this, though. I wanted to touch back on the new world record any % speed run for failed right-wing grift. Now, we covered this last week. I put her in the thumbnail. We did cover it, and I want to go over it a little bit of it again, just briefly, the things that we covered last week, and the new updates on this woman, Lily. Something, I don't know what her name is. Look, here's the Hodge twins. Promoting her, by the way.
Damn it, twins. Why is everyone promoting this freaking chick?
Hang on, this was on June 11th. This was right when she popped off. And this is what she said. Now, I'm going to tell you what this was. This was an intentional self-cancellation. She said the word that she's about to say because she wanted to be quote-unquote canceled, so that then she could use that as a way to launch her career as a professional right-wing victim.
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass niggas. And they don't care. We don't give a fuck about your money. I couldn't care less about your fucking money. Okay.
So she's just, I don't care about your money. She's pretending to cook, by the way. She's not really. Everyone I know who's married. Now, why did she say that? It's because she's not married. You know what she is, though? She's a single mother. This has been revealed about her. But let's hear what she has to say about mothers. And listen to this. She's a single mom.
Well, she is.
I believe her child is mixed, by the way. Mixed race.
Hey, America.
I have not confirmed that. That is a rumor, but that's what I've heard.
I can confirm
don't know
it because
that.
I've seen the kid.
Oh, you know for a fact? The kid is mixed race?
The kid is mixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she's a single mom to a mixed race kid, and she's out here telling you how to be a trad wife.
Having kids. You are some stupid motherfuckers out there. The birth rate is declining, and what are you doing? You're getting married. Why even bother fucking getting married, you loser? You're getting married. You have some fucking dog in a stroller like a faggot, and then what are you doing? How are you helping America? We're letting the birth rates decline, and I'm speaking particularly to white people. So
why was this appealing to anyone? Just because she said the F word or the N word with the soft A?
By the looks of it, yeah.
Have kids. Apparently, like you? And with no dad in the picture. And I'll get into this and explain, because she's going to complain about that, too, in a minute.
Today, I want you to take the time out of your day to thank a single mom, because us girls getting knocked up, we're the only ones helping with the declining birth rate.
Thank a single mom, because we're the only ones helping with the declining birth rate. Aspiring right-wing grifter influencer.
Right. You're welcome, America. You're fucking welcome, God.
Dude. Why did anyone, and they're still doing it. And I'm going to, because we're going to get to the conclusion of this arc. We covered it last week, but we're going to get to where it's at now. So this
in
is
this country.
oh man. So here's a so she is a single mother to mixed race child. If you're not getting pregnant, then you're not helping America. Also, single moms are saving America, according to her. And then she says this.
And it's people not getting married, not putting a ring on it.
You got to put a ring on it, though. So you got to put a ring on it. Her and put a ring on her. And if you become a father to her child, and who
specifically white people, while you
look,
fuck someone that isn't white.
Look, I wouldn't normally bring that up if she wasn't doing that. If she wasn't having that, she didn't have that same kind of rhetoric, right? Right. Well, yeah. Many such cases, aren't there? Yeah. So then, put a ring on me. I need someone to wife me up. Why aren't you stepping up and putting a ring on it?
But conversely, we also have a problem with a lot of women voting, and they're voting Democrat, they're voting leftist. If you want to fix that problem, you have to wife these women up. Like, we have to stop being incels and stop going up to girls and, oh, no, girls are all just bitches, they're all just whores, let's not even go and ask them.
So this was after she started, she started saying this stuff after people started being critical of her, right? And calling her a whore.
Because she is.
So everything that she does is reactionary, right?
Of course.
1 second.
You were saying?
1 sec. Sorry. Yeah. So this was reactionary to people calling her a whore, and now she's like, I gotta get wifed up. I gotta get wifed up. If you don't put a ring on it, then you're not. If you don't put a ring on me, you're not a real conservative man. This woman, I don't understand and why she was getting like the Hodge twins retweeted her. You know, there were major conservatives who were like supporting this one. Nah, it dropped for a little bit, but we're gonna see that it's still happening. She's still being freaking promoted.
Wow, stop being a pussy and put a fucking ring on it if you want to fix the voting problem. That's how you fix it, motherfuckers. Like, anybody who votes.
You fix the voting problem by what? By marrying you? And you're gonna still vote for whatever stupid shit that you're gonna vote for? Under duress of what? You calling men incels? Dude, she's so insufferable. Oh, thank you. The Fanta, please. Thank you. Oh, no. We take that downstairs. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Bill has to help me because I'm crippled and dumb. Bill is so good, he brings me sody.
Leftists, they're single women with no kids and whatever, and they're jaded with life. So if you want to fix this problem,
you're not jaded with life, by the way.
It's not trashing women and making them go further away from the conservative movement.
No, she's saying that because she was getting called a whore. You're chasing me away. Why are you chasing me away from the conservative movement? You're chasing me away. No.
You're a moron.
You're not conservative. You just decided to start doing this as a grift, and it's incredibly transparent to anyone watching.
It's by manning the fuck up and putting a ring on it.
When people didn't like any of this, she decided. Well, first of all, she started to start messing with the Groypers, the Nick Fuentes crowd.
Oh yeah,
they tore her to shreds. They tore her to shreds because they saw through this. First of all, those guys. Yeah, they don't have. A lot of them are incels, and she just called them all incels. Then she comes back and says, "Actually, I hate conservatives. I hate conservatism. I'm gonna start my own conservative movement. Fuck y'all. Here it is." I think we did watch this last week, but did we? June 21st? Was this out last week? No, this is new. This has happened in the interim. So, since we did this last week, she comes out and says, "Actually, I'm done with conservatives." She's been in the quote-unquote movement for all of 5 days. Yeah, like a week. And now she's like, "Actually, I'm quitting, and I'm starting my own club. No boys allowed." Listen to this shit, guys. This is unbelievable. This is like I said, this is the fastest. This is the absolute peak, #1 spot, any % speed run of the right-wing woman grift.
Alright, y'all, so me and you, we're the normies. We are the fucking normal people. We're the ones who built this damn country. And
You're probably not a good way to start out by calling yourself a normie, by the way. But yeah. She's starting in third position. Yes, gorgeous George. She is third positioning it.
have these fringes on the far right, and we have the fringes on the far left, that they all have their little clubs, they all have their little cliques, they all have their little catchphrases, and they both fucking hate me.
She's saying that because she got made fun of by the Reupers, and she doesn't understand their memes.
They both hate me because I represent you.
No, because you don't represent anybody. You represent yourself and your desire to grift. Like, this is insane.
You literally are known for saying nigger. That's it.
Yes, and
that's
and the F slur.
all you were known for.
And then claiming that you got fired, saying you got, which I don't even believe that either, by the way. So she made that video where she said the N-word with a soft A, claimed she got fired, and then to make herself into a victim. And I believe she did it on purpose. I don't know if she even had a job. That just said it and then said, "Oh, I've been fired. I've been fired." I think there was a place of employee that said they did fire her, so maybe she did. But she did that on purpose. She did that on purpose.
Right. And by the way,
to intentionally get herself quote unquote canceled so she could grift off of it. This is all so incredibly calculated. And but also, she's so dumb that she can't calculate properly. This is pure hoe math.
We're normal because I don't want to join your gay club.
Yeah, you did want to join the gay club, and then they made fun of you.
Yes, you do.
You absolutely wanted to join our gay little club. Well, you wanted to join the Groyper club, but you want to join our gay little club. You know, I mean, like, to be fair, like, we're in a little bit of a gay club, Spoon, in that, you know, being DR, or dissident right, whatever. Well, yeah, dissident right, neo-reactionaries, whatever you want to call it. We are in a weird gay little club.
People just going to freak out, like, Spoon, did you just say the N-word? Like, yeah, I did.
Whatever. You said it with a soft A too.
Yeah,
look,
who gives a crap? No one.
Who cares?
Shit, yeah.
Yes, we are in a gay little club, and lady, you would never be invited to it because you're fake. You're not real. You don't believe anything. You're just trying to make money, and it is obvious prima facie what you're trying to do. And so you got mocked because everyone with 2 functioning brain cells to rub together could see it from a mile away.
We don't want to be a part of that gay shit.
Uh-huh.
Oh, come on.
We're just normal.
And by the way, you know that she thinks she sounds so cool by saying gay as a pejorative.
Yeah.
You can hear it in her inflection. When she says gay, it's like that she's like, I'm going to say gay shit. You're gay shit. No, bitch, nobody cares that you're saying gay and the F word and the N word. Nobody cares. It's boring. You're so fucking boring.
People who work and pay taxes and get shit on. The government shits on us. The far right and the far left shits on us, and ultimately
what do you mean the far right doesn't shit on anyone? The
no,
far right
no, they shit on her.
Left.
They shit on her is what she means. They shit on her because they could see her grift from a mile away. Is this AstroTurf King Anus? Good name.
Probably.
I'm not sure. I've talked about this with a couple people. I think I'm not sure if this was a failed psyop, a failed AstroTurf, like a failed, attempt at making her the new big right-wing influencer, and it flew in their faces, or if she's actually just this stupid, and she thought because she's a giant idiot, everyone else must be stupider than she is, so she could pull a fast one on them. She could trick these alt-right Groyper retards, into making herself the queen of the right.
The way that it looks, I'm almost inclined to say this actually wasn't done on purpose.
But do you mean that? Do you think that she is backed by?
I actually think this
a larger
is organic.
group. I think it's organic as well.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a fed op. I think she is actually just a really stupid woman who happens to be blonde and green or blue-eyed and attractive enough that she thought she could take people for a ride, and she did take people for a ride, because as I'm going to tell you guys, it's worked. Here she is a week ago crying that it didn't work, but it did. It did.
Yeah, I said before I thought she was a psyop, but now I'm just thinking, are you? Maybe you're just stupid. I can't really tell at this point.
It is difficult to tell.
Yeah.
This country, because they're so busy. It's a circle jerk. They're so busy trying to, appease their own and stay in the good graces of their own and get famous and whatever, that they don't care about America. That's why nothing.
Did you hear her self-report there?
Yeah.
They're so busy trying to get famous. You mean what you're trying to do?
That also, see, this is the thing. If you were to look at this from like a power structure perspective, almost every single person is, I would like to be able to have a voice in the regime.
Yes.
That's basically what all of this amounts to.
Oh, is her shirt Liberty? Oh, it is Liberty University. Oh, man. Fug. I'm trying to finish my PhD there, man. Shit.
Except for you and I. You and I are not really in that kind of thing.
Well, just you and me. Like I said, she's the DR.
Anyone who is dissident, anyone who's a monarchist is basically just, well, in our regime, we fully expect the king not to listen to us because, well, we don't like democracy.
We're not asking to be. We know that we know that we're not as, even though, well, I guess you and I do spend our lives mostly analyzing politics. So, but even so, it is not our entire function in life, which is the function of the monarch.
Yes.
And that's why you want to be deferential in responsibility of power, because then you get people like this who vote. And yes, I think she fumbled the bag hard on this. She had potentially the bag in her hands, and she went too hard. All she had to keep doing, she needed to stay away from the groypers. She should have stayed away from the groypers, stayed in just very like mainstream conservative stuff. She kind of, I think she thought that by saying the N-word, she would self-cancel, and then everyone would welcome her with open arms, and she had no idea what she was sticking her foot into, right? But not understanding that the America First people the lads are not going to take well to your obvious grift. They're going to be able to, she just thought they were stupid. She really thought that she thinks she's a pure Dunning-Kruger case. She thinks she's smarter than everyone else. And she's now, and ever since then, she's been having a little melty. Well, this is her, I think I said, unfortunately, it appears to have had some degree of success, as I'll show you guys in a minute here. But, yeah, she could have just ignored the groypers, Kijante, exactly, she could have ignored them, just kept doing her same things, say the N-word a couple more times, say some more F-slurs, and just say that the left, just talk about how much the left is evil. But instead, no, you got offended, and just as she got offended by being called a whore, she should have just ignored all that. That's why I think this is organic and it's not a psyop. Again, I agree with you, Spoon. At first, I thought this was AstroTurf. I thought this was a psyop. No, she's just a freaking idiot. She's just an absolute idiot. And I, for one, find it delicious.
Nothing gets done in this country because they're so busy, like, fighting amongst themselves, like the little fucking pussies that they are, that they don't care to do actually anything about changing the country.
Actually, we are trying to do stuff to change things.
Honey, just, by the way, just for the buy, calling people pussies is not a way to get them on your side. Just makes
no, she's just slashing it because she thinks that being edgy, because that's what got her popular, right? In the first place, was saying slurs. So she calls people pussies and incels. She thinks that any slur or any kind of insult that she throws is going to make her popular. No, it's not. You've just made yourself contemptible to legitimately everyone. Good job. Good job. I am enjoying watching. Like I said, it's a speed run. I've never seen it happen this fast. And I mean, like, we watched this with I'm not going to talk too much shit about Lauren Southern because I consider her something of a friend, but, like, Lauren did this too. You know? Lauren was on the right-wing side for years and years, pretty far right stances, I would say, from, like, what is comparatively to, like, normative politics. She fired that flare gun at the migrant boat and all that stuff. Divorces her half Asian or her Asian husband or whatever, then all of a sudden becomes a feminist.
Yeah.
You know, the second that the right wing isn't your fantasy, I guess, you just abandon it. But that took years for what happened with Lauren Southern. This took a week, 2 weeks. Yeah.
Almost impressive.
What about Amber Lamps? Amber Lamps is the true right-wing queen. She is our queen. Amber Lamps. You don't know who that is. That's all right. No one has ever figured out who Amber Lamps is, but she is our true queen. No, it's better if she remains Amber Lamps forever. That's an old meme.
They like to talk about how oppressed we are. Oh, they shut down our venues. Oh,
you mean like how you're talking about how oppressed you are and how you're being bullied by the groypers and being called a whore?
They're all racist. White supremacy is the biggest danger in this country. Sure, you dumbass. Meanwhile, me and you, the normal people,
Didn't she go to Liberty University? There's no way she actually went to Liberty. She just bought that shirt. She's wearing a Liberty University shirt. Liberty is where I'm trying to finish my PhD. I shouldn't probably say that publicly, but I am trying to finish my PhD, and I'm trying to do it through Liberty. Or trying to work something out. Yeah, I don't think she's been to Liberty University.
I don't think she's been to any university.
College. We didn't.
She might. No, she seems like she's college educated. She's just stupid enough to be. Yeah. She's the exact level of stupid to have a college degree. Absolutely.
Into the woke cult.
She got a college degree in English. You know what? I would put money down. She's got a college degree. She has a bachelor's degree in English literature, or something stupid like that, or psych probably, or communication in my field. I'll put money down on any of them.
We're normal. We've got common sense. We're getting shit on by everyone.
No, you are getting shit on by everyone because you're a fake ass bitch, and everyone caught onto your grift real easy because you're not as smart as you think you are. You Dunning-Kruger case.
Like, Republicans are just as bad as Democrats. They're all the same. That's what I have discovered.
Yeah. Oh, you just figured that out now. Starting your career in politics. Okay, and you figured that one out just now. Cute. Interesting.
This whole thing is that they're all the same and they don't give a shit about us.
No. No one cares about you. The projection's insane.
So I am forming an alliance of normal fucking people.
Oh.
We're not Puritans. We're not Bible thumpers.
Okay, so now she's gonna go on her anti-Christian thing a little bit, because people talked about her being a single mom, not being married, also asking people to wife her up. Demanding, actually, that they wife her up. You better. Yeah, lesbian underwater basket weaving, probably something like that, yeah.
Have the courage of our convictions. We're just normal
You don't have any convictions.
people.
Yeah, you don't have any convictions, though. You've proven that very, very succinctly.
Bitch,
And it's time for us to stand back.
on a Twitter thing, admitting you were in Chicago doing drugs with a bunch of strangers.
At AFPAC. At the America First conference, she was doing drugs and sleeping with people.
Yes, like she
and then was like
this.
Yes, and then it was like, why is everyone calling me a whore? So she went to Nick Fuentes' America First stuff, you know. Well, it's not Nick Fuentes' thing, but you know, it's heavily associated with Fuentes. Goes to this America First thing, gets messed up on drugs and sleeps with random people, and then is like, why are they calling me a whore? Gee.
You're behaving like one.
And leaves her. I don't know where she left her kid. I guess with the nanny, I hope. Whew.
Take the country back and stop listening to these losers on the far right and the far left. They're all losers. Like, I'm amazed. I just walked into a certain of these groups and I was like, wow. Loser.
That's all
You're
she's got.
a single mother. Who does drugs?
This is a woman who peaked. This is the epitome. This is the physical manifestation of peaked in high school. All she has is to call you a loser. It doesn't matter on what side of politics you are. You're a loser. Because that's all she's got. You're ugly. You're an incel. You're a loser. Gee, I wonder why no one likes you, lady. You're awful. You're insufferable. You're a bint.
They don't have any life outside of Twitter. That's why they're so obsessed with me. They're like,
you're
Honey,
social. You
literally on that thread, you literally boasted about your follow account to somebody.
Yes. Yep.
Dude, how full of shit are you?
This is unbelievable, isn't it?
It's not even funny.
Yeah.
It's just
it's I don't know what it is. It's absurdist. This is bizarre. Yeah, because now she's this is, guys, if you didn't notice, this is her switch to radical centrism. Because she got shut down by the Groypers. That's why she needs to start her own movement of radical centrism. That's legitimately what we're hearing here, guys. This is radical centrism.
That's shit Canadians go into.
From the woman who got herself intentionally, quote-unquote, canceled by saying the N-word with a soft A and saying the F slur. Yeah, radical centrism for you, okay.
oh, she got all these followers overnight.
Yes.
She must be this or must be that. And all it is jealousy. You bitches are fucking jealous.
You literally just said they live on Twitter and then you boast about your follow account.
Followers. Yep. Within one sentence. Within one sentence. They live on Twitter. All they care about is internet fame. Meanwhile, and then one sentence later, I'm boasting about my internet fame. I mean, it's fascinating. Again, like there's part of me, there's the part of my brain that's calculating and goes like the tinfoil hat part that goes like, okay, who's setting this up? Who's setting this woman up? Who's behind her? And oh, is this all calculated? This is all like a big thing that she's planning out to try and get, this is just to rage bait or something so she can get famous. But she's destroyed herself.
Yeah, within a very short amount of time, actually.
There's
borderline impressive.
It is. This is like I said, it's a speed run on getting the bag and losing the grip.
She basically did Lauren Southern's whole career in about
in a week. Yeah, in 2 weeks.
Like
she
in
did
about
Lauren
10
Southern's
days.
entire career in 2 weeks. Crazy.
You're just mad because your whole life is all about Twitter. Your whole life.
Well, you just talked about your followers. Okay, yeah.
All about your followers and your engagement.
You just talked about
I don't give
that.
a shit about that.
Well, you just talked
I'm
about
just
it.
a normal person. I've gotten thrown into all this shit.
You got thrown into it. You started all this.
If you're thrown into it, why are you still talking about it? Why don't you just leave then?
Yeah. Just leave. Bye. Get up. Log off. Turn off TikTok. Log off. Bye. Get off Twitter. Log off. I mean, she just have 120,000 followers. But and that's all immediately. And then look, YouTube, Instagram, Rumble. Look all the places you can follow her.
I didn't choose this. I didn't ask for this.
Yes, you did. You literally did. You legitimately did. You decided to make content. It blew up because you said stupid shit. And then people made fun of you. Yeah. And you weren't prepared for it. You thought, let's be clear, you thought you could get stupid rightoid incel boys, as you describe them, to worship you. Because you're a woman. And you failed. Because you went after the Groyper crowd. If you had just stuck to mainstream conservative shit, you would have been fine. And like I said, she actually is apparently alright. She apparently is okay. She's apparently still doing well. We'll get to that at the end of this. It's crazy.
And you fucking pussies can't stand to see a normal person succeed. You can't stand to see somebody.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No. Again, she's back into like, all you care about is your followers. All you care is your Twitter engagement. The Void? She's insane. She's all for fucking. I can't believe she left this up. Yeah, I can't believe she left this up.
Who's not gonna come and lick your ass. I'm not interested in being part of your club. Your club is gay. And so are you. So are you.
That's right, you're not invited to the club. It's cool.
Say the F word. At least just be based for 1 second.
Yeah, come on, be like,
Say the F
oh, shoot, what's your name? What's your name?
Melanie.
Who you like a whole lot? Melanie. You'd be like Melanie. Yes. Say it.
I like the bunny girl.
Yeah, but Melanie isn't doing it, I think, for just clout. Melanie just doesn't give a shit, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's why I like Melanie.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, us normies, the frat boys,
the normies,
normal girls.
Normal people don't have like a Twitter account of like 150,000 followers, by the way. I don't know if you know
normies, and then she says, us normies, us frat boys, us sorority girls. Yeah, okay.
The boat people, we drink a beer, we have fun, we love 4th of July. We're American patriots. We're just.
This is so tone deaf. I'm a real American. Me and the frat boys.
It's basically like
she didn't know the Groypers were gay. Ki Jong-T, apparently she did not know the Groypers were gay. She thought that she would be their queen.
Their queen, yeah.
And didn't realize that the Groypers are all gay.
Normal American patriots, and these fringe groups, these gay fringe groups, don't give a shit about us. So we're forming a new alliance. It's us against them, motherfucker.
Well, who wants to join her new alliance of normies and frat boys and, because they're the real Americans. Because she got made fun of by conservatives who didn't buy her obvious grift. But here's how it worked. It apparently worked. This is from today. She is advertising ultra-right beer. Which, to give you a reminder, if you don't remember, ultra-right beer was a brand that was launched in reaction to Dylan Mulvaney, working with Bud Light. And now she is promoting ultra-right beer. She's got an ultra-right beer bikini. And she's got a big a six-pack here of ultra-right beer that she is promoting.
4th of July, and you know what that means? Time for the barbecues, time for the boat days, the flags, hanging out with your family, and of course, having a beer from Ultra Right by conservative dads. Why would you drink a gay beer like Bud Light when you could be drinking a cool beer that A, looks cool, B, tastes good, and C, is from a company that's not woke? That's hard enough to find these days. So grab you a beer from Ultra Right and let's go have the best 4th of July ever, baby. So it's all...
So she won.
The accent is just no.
So she's at least sort of won. Sort of. I mean, she got hired by this company to promote their beer.
It's a cringe.
Yep. Slosher for 50 Canadian says, it's super annoying when all these left UGs fleeing the fires they started. One of the many problems with liberalism is it allows people to gain status, pushing for the tragedy of the commons policies. Absolutely, man.
God,
absolutely.
Really well put, actually.
She's just Dylan Mulvaney of the right. Arguments against? Absolutely she is. And yeah, that is completely true, Slosher. Completely true. Lance for 2 says, if this bint comes to Arizona, by God. I think she was saying, or we were talking about, that was back with the other bint who was talking about moving to Arizona. A lot of people do move there because it is good for allergies. Speaking of allergies. And see, mine's all cleared up. Took an antihistamine. I take 2 a day now, apparently. Yay. Lance for 2 says, if normies are single parents, I hate them. Deadpool Kid for 5 says, every time a woman says man up, they start to ree when we say act like a lady. She certainly can't seem to act like a lady now, can she? Deadpool Kid for 2 says, scriptures don't support whoredom. No, they don't. The scripture does not, as she wears her cross. DRT is King for 20. Thank you, man. Says, she's a mong, but wifing point is a good one. Married women with kids do vote right wing. More so than single women. Yes, that is true. And while existing in a electoral system, it would be better if we married early and stayed so. She is fake. Yeah, her point is, she has kind of a good point in principle, but she's referring to herself, clearly. She's like, someone come and marry me. I need some... And why that... When she says, someone come and marry me, she doesn't mean... If you're some farmer, you're some man who works a hard job, makes good income, and you're looking for a wife, she does not want you. She is looking for a millionaire. That's why she's doing this. She's looking to bag some rich guy, obviously. Hasselhoff for 5 says, look at my potty mouth. I am lit edgy. Now, I have a bit of a potty mouth sometimes. I have tried to clean it up over the years, but... Yeah. Yeah. Let's move into something a little bit darker. But also...
race-wise?
Kind of funny. No. Speaking of... I don't even know if this is a good transition here, but the leftoids... fucking being weird. I don't know what she is. There's a woman of no political conviction. She doesn't care. She just wants money. A Maryland lobbyist is the head of the LGBTQ Dems of Maryland, was caught by a predator hunter. Alex Rosen is this guy's name. He's made some errors in the past in how he's gone about predator hunting. He was the guy who caught EDP 445 in a very infamous... EDP 445 was a huge YouTuber. Both in terms of size, he's a big fat fuck. And he also had millions of subs. And he caught EDP 445 trying to meet up with like a 13 or 14-year-old. And when he's like, so you're trying to meet up with this kid, he's like, I thought I was here to get a cupcake. You've never seen that? You've never seen the EDP 445?
No.
You don't know about that? It was an infamous...
no idea what you're
talking about. He got... This guy, I used to find EDP quite funny. On some things. Like, he made some funny videos. He was obsessed with the Eagles. But yeah, so this guy, who's surprised? Yes, who is surprised that a Democrat lobbyist and head of LGBTQ for Maryland, LGBTQ Dems of Maryland, got caught by Alex Rosen. I'm just gonna play it. I don't normally say trigger warnings, but Alex is going to say some of the things that this guy sent to this supposed alleged. It's not a real child. Obviously, they're pred hunters. So, but who he thought was a 14-year-old boy. So, holy shit.
Anyway, you're the head of the LGBTQ Dems in Maryland.
This is just a bit of it, actually. So it might not be in this.
How long have you been in that position for? Since fall. Okay. Is that like a paid position? Okay. It's just more of a volunteer type thing. Is it like a super PAC or something, or is it just okay? The stuff said here, like, you know, I want to rape you. I want to see how much of a faggot you are. What was kind of said about?
Like I said, guys, warning.
Yeah.
I liked the fantasy, and he seemed to enjoy it.
I liked the fantasy, and he seemed to enjoy it.
And I didn't know this person, and I never intended to.
Never intended to what?
No, of course.
Now, I don't know if it's not in this clip, but I've seen the entire video. It's like 20 minutes long. He was pressuring someone who he thought was a 14-year-old boy constantly. Come meet up with me. Come meet up with me. Come meet up with me. So clearly, he's like, oh, I wasn't intending to do anything. It's like, but he kept saying over and over again, come meet me, come meet me, come meet me.
I mean, here we said it's okay if you want to jerk off looking at it, talking about your dick. And you said, stop by this morning so I can stretch your hole, faggot.
Oh my god. I told you guys.
Can't wait to make you my little And this was later that, or shit, 4 days later with no response. Can't wait to make you my little cum dump, baby boy. Okay.
Oh my god. This is the head.
I can find it funny.
LGBTQ Dems of Maryland. It is only funny because a real child in this instance wasn't involved, but in the full video, he says he's done this with a whole bunch of young kids.
Oh, so he should be in prison.
That he does this all the time.
How does anybody not know that this group is just a front for pedophilia?
Oh my god.
No shit.
Again, I highly recommend go see, I Fight for Kids, Alex Rosen, check out the full video. It should be on, if I can see if I here on YouTube, it should be, Predator Poacher. Is it on this channel that he just posted this? No, he hasn't posted anything. Here it is. No, where is it? I mean, I saw this, it was all over Twitter, I saw it all over the place, where he caught this guy. Maybe it's not on here. I've seen it on Twitter. I've seen it everywhere. I just don't know. Let's see. Ooh. Alex Rosen is a conservative. That's why they try to discredit his work. Yeah, Michael Knowles covered it. Maryland. Let's try that one. I'm trying to see if I can just find you the video, guys. You can see the full thing. Because I have seen it, but... How did I watch the full freaking video? No, I don't remember. I think I watched it on someone else's stream. Shoot, see if you can find it, I guess. I watched it, I think, I don't remember whose stream I was listening to. Somebody's. Might have been Chud's. I don't remember. I'm usually in Chud's chat. If you guys ever want to say hi, I'm usually in Chud Logic's chat during the day, just listening. Or Harmful Opinions, I'm usually around on those chats. But
by the way,
yeah.
Remember the Ashley Sinclair one that I wanted to watch?
Oh yeah.
On trigonometry, yeah, he watched the whole thing.
Nice. Oh yes, I did see that. So here's another interesting news bit about Democrats. This is I'm assuming a Democrat, I don't know, but this is a judge in Georgia who was arrested for striking a police officer. You can see what she looks like in her professional photo versus what she looks like when she got picked up by the cops. This is just unbelievable. This woman is a fucking judge. Kirsty covered it? Yeah.
I wasn't cuffed. I wasn't with the needed. Shut the fuck up. You look like a nigga who was trying to do something before and I never let him. Relax. Shut the fuck up.
This is a judge talking to the police like this while she's in custody. But you'd think she would have some sort of idea of decorum, being a fucking judge.
No, I don't. I look at the skin color. I don't give a fuck about the profession.
No. She knows how the legal system works. Ostensibly, she should.
Aiden,
yeah, and they have to actually blur it out because your titties are out. Her titties are out.
Aiden,
stop touching me.
Aiden, if I just looked at her, I looked at the uniform, I looked at the skin color, I would immediately assume she's street trash.
She has to have. No, she can't.
I don't care about her profession. I can just look at it.
JD.
I don't give a shit. I'm going by the patents. My patent tells me that is a straight up street ash hoe.
I mean, obviously, this one must have a Juris Doctorate. What the fuck?
Yeah, stop touching me. Actually, off of me. Stop touching. I got it. I can walk on my own. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I got it. I can walk on my own. Don't touch me.
You're preventing
Take me. I could give a damn. Take me where you want to take me.
So how do you want me to take you somewhere expeditiously?
Now. Take me where you want to take me. No!
Upon arrival, officers observe several persons who are hysterical or something. Yeah. Security for the location attempts to separate the involved parties. The responding officer also intervened and attempted to de-escalate the dispute. Yeah, this is DEI in action. I know, guys. I know. Yes, I know. It's like, hey, he's never heard of diversity hiring. But this is next level.
After all this shit that we've seen with the judges for Trump that are all black and most of them are female.
You don't have to have a JD to be a judge.
How the hell?
You don't have to have a fucking JD to be a judge. What? Wait. You don't have to pass the bar and have. She has to pass the bar, right, to be a judge?
Apparently not.
I mean, I guess you don't have to have a JD to pass the bar. Well, you don't. I mean, that's Better Call Saul in a nutshell. If you can pass the bar, you can pass the bar. But that means she passed the freaking bar exam, right? She passed the bar exam in Georgia, I'm presuming? Or this is an elected position, so she doesn't have to have. Oh my god. So oh my god, so she doesn't have to pass the, oh my god. Well, shit, guys.
There's a theory coming along now. I told you, just look at the skin color and the freaking uniform. The profession doesn't mean shit. That's bloody obvious.
I thought that judges had to come from the legal profession and therefore needed to at least have passed the bar, if not also have a JD. That's crazy. Shit, guys, I didn't know that. Thanks. I was gonna say I'd say thanks, Chad, but I don't like that I know that now. Yay! Hey, look, it's democracy. It's gentlemen. This is
gentlemen. This is Democracy Manifest.
There it is.
See, Aiden, what I don't understand about me is that you are more black-pilled than I am, but you give way more people the benefit of the doubt than I do, and I don't understand why.
No, it's because they're still part of my brain. Even though the video I'm working on is about educationalism and credentialism, I still have that part of my brain that's credentialized, right? That things like, we wouldn't let people get into positions of power who are complete and utter morons. They're still a part of me.
Who's supposedly the freaking president of the United States?
I know. No, not like that. I mean, in terms of like positions that are like supposedly linked to academia, right? I think like, well, no. We've got this ivory tower that's supposed to weed this stuff out. And nope. And I know this, and I know it from an actually academic stance because I just did all the research on it. But there's still it's something that I cannot totally, no matter however I tried, been able to divest myself of. Is my veneration that I give to academia, and I know every reason why I should not. I know it probably better than anyone. I know. All I do is talk shit about academia all the time. But there's that part of me that goes, no,
please stop being gay.
I want to become a professor emeritus one day. It's my life goal, and people give me the pens. That's it. Like, I don't know.
Whereas I just look at it and go, this thing is mainly infected with turn knights. Fucking kill it off. It's useless.
I want to contribute positively to the wealth of human knowledge, man. That's
then set the universities on fire because that's poisoning it. Look, if that's what you actually want to do, then find the source of what is actually making it worse and kill it off, which is clearly
that's what I've been trying to report on it for. Yes, because I love the academy. I do, in theory, right? But not in practice, because it's rotten to the core. It's completely just, it's nothing anymore. It doesn't mean anything. And what it means in my head, the fantasy of academe that I have in my mind, clearly is not reality. So sometimes you see, when I see something like that, it's like, oh, she's a judge. She must have a JD. She must have passed the bar. Apparently not. Damn, dude, it's sad, though. This is funny. What else is sad?
That's a cop!
Every time. Is it them? It's always them.
Yep, or we've got ripped off.
It's so tiresome. Just every
It is
time.
tiresome.
It's always them.
I can't, dude. This woman put people in jail. Or let them go free. She made serious decisions on things like, probably, I don't know really what she ruled over. She could have made decisions on child support, on custody, on the life and death and reality of people in the state of Georgia. And this is her. I'm not saying she said send people to the gas chamber or whatever. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that she had made decisions over people's real goddamn lives while being a complete and utter rube.
It's also tiresome.
Yeah. We get the idea. I have an opposite example though of some crazy
proud
stuff.
white man?
Did you see this?
White Feather and Donald Lance came in on their own for their arraignments, but left in cuffs after Judge Mary Claire Akers set their bonds at $500,000, more than double what they had already paid.
And I don't think I've ever seen an indictment like this in all of my time. It alleges human trafficking.
Huh?
Bitch, learn to fucking do your mic properly. Fucking
Nah, it's
hell.
court. Is this your first time watching court TV? The mics are always garbo. But yeah, listen. Holy shit! If you can.
Are these the
tolerate?
Ones that,
Yeah. This is. I said I'd scroll down, but
that's not
but
slavery,
yes,
that's gainful employment.
White couple adopts 5 black children, uses them as slaves in West Virginia. Holy shit! No, this is fucking horrific, dude.
Why?
They're children.
So?
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Aiden, if they were Chinese and they made Nike products, no one would give a shit. That's the God's honest fucking truth. Tell me I'm lying.
Okay, you called it Nike, but
Yeah, that's because it's what it's called.
it's Nike.
No, that sounds gay.
But Reebok or soon Nike. I think I'll get in trouble for playing this, but I'm already gonna have to clip this stream. So
Yeah.
no, it'll be yeah, obviously. Have you heard this?
Yeah, the language barriers is some funny shit. Aiden, mute your microphone.
What?
You muted your microphone. There we go.
What? I think I peaked it. Is this the rhythm? Is this the Reebok or the Nike? Yeah, it's a classic. Anyway, back to this.
Human rights violations, the use of forced labor, human rights violations specific to the fact that these children were targeted because of their race, and their use as basically slaves from what the indictment alleges, along with human trafficking and neglect with serious risk of bodily injury or death. I don't find the bond to be sufficient.
White Feather and Lance were first arrested last October when a welfare check turned into the discovery of 2.
Look, by the way, I just want to say, hashtag not all West Virginians, not all Mountaineers. Come on now.
2 teens apparently locked in a shed where investigators said they lived in deplorable conditions behind the Sissonville home. One other kid was found inside the house and 2 others were not home, all adopted by the couple. The indictment brought more than a dozen new charges against them alleging human trafficking and forced labor, also civil rights violations, as investigators believe they targeted these children specifically from a shelter because they were black, forcing them to work as slaves.
Like, the story is so insane. It's horrific because children were seriously abused. But the fact that they did this, there is it's some extremely dark, I guess, humor in it. I mean, of course, my heart is broken that people would do something like this, but at the same time, it's holy shit that they were we're gonna adopt a bunch of little black kids and use them as slave labor. It's just also, it's what the hell? Oh, does it sound like they were abused? They said they were kept in a shed in abhorrent conditions and forced to work. Sounds like they were abused to me. I am also wondering, Blaine, what part of West Virginia was this? What part of West Virginia? It had to be. It's gotta be. It's gotta be the Eastern Panhandle, because where else are you gonna find some black kids? I'm just saying, I'm from West Virginia. You can find a little black people around West Virginia parts. You know? Well, I think that must be that Eastern Panhandle there.
Whitefeather and Lance were originally in Washington State, and it is alleged they brought...
Oh, no, oh, they right, this makes it work. They adopted the kids in Washington State, and then they moved to West Virginia. With the adopted kids. They worked the mines.
The children with them to Sissonville when they moved.
Counts 9.
Yeah, the children yearn for the mines.
Through 12 allege the use of force, slave labor, which I read as slavery.
Bond was initially set at $200,000 cash.
Oh, by the way, guys, I'm not buying this inherently. It's just a crazy story.
And they were both able to post it. Prosecutors have said in a new complaint for forfeiture, the couple sold a $725,000 80-acre ranch in Washington State and sold their Sissonville home to post bond. And they believe both...
You were rich as fuck. They had a house in Washington. They also had this house in West Virginia.
So they could have
hired
slaves.
So they could adopt slaves, apparently.
So these properties were paid for...
Are they Democrats? What do you think? They're from Washington State.
Through trafficking. That will be decided in a separate court matter, but because of this, prosecutors say they found discrepancies in the financial affidavit.
I do think it's interesting that all these stories say that they're from West Virginia, but as you just heard, they're from Washington State. They just own property in West Virginia, which is where they were keeping the kids.
Lance filled out for a court-appointed attorney, leading to a new charge on his indictment.
Some of the information on his face is inaccurate.
Lance had to fill out a new affidavit today as the two were taken back into custody.
This is a crazy, crazy story.
Yeah.
Speaking of a crazy story, it's still happening. It's been a decade, and they are still forcing this man to bake the gay cake.
Wait, really?
Yes. Colorado Supreme Court takes up Christian baker's refusal to create gender transition cake. This is the same guy, Jack Phillips, owner of Masterpiece Cake Shop in Lakewood, Colorado. In June 4th of 2018, after the Supreme Court ruled that his refusal to make a wedding cake for same-sex couple because of his religious beliefs did not blah blah blah. You know, he was found, it was fine. Oh my god, really? Piss off. That he was okay, it was alright for him to not make the gay cake. It's been 10 years that they've been trying to mess with him over the gay cake. And now, if you don't recall this story, let me refresh your memory. A group of LGBT activists went around all of Colorado to, like, every bakery they could find and just asked people, like, would you make a cake for my gay wedding? They found the one guy who said no, and then they sued him. If I recall correctly. Well, they reported him to the state for discrimination or whatever, and then he got attacked by the state. That's been 10 years, right?
One of the most American things I've ever heard.
Right. 7 judges focus on the case. It's a new one. Blue on the outside, pink on the inside. That Autumn Scardina requested in 2017 to celebrate the first anniversary of her gender transition. Masterpiece declined to make the custom cake after learning what it represented. This is a different case than the gay cake. It's the same guy, though. Justice Melissa Hart listed examples of how identical pink-blue cakes could be used for 4 different occasions, including gender transition, a birthday of boy-girl twins, loss of in utero fraternal twins, or no occasion at all. Those 4 cakes could go to all the wrong houses. It wouldn't matter, Justice Hart said. It's pink cakes with blue icing. If it go to the wrong houses, such as the one that was for fraternal twins, went to a transition home, it wouldn't matter. It's the same cake. It's the principle of the thing and his right of free goddamn speech. Absolutely insane. They are still going after this guy after 10 freaking years. He's not gonna make the freaking gay cake. It's just disgusting. Jack Warner, the Alliance Defending Freedom attorney representing Mr. Phillips, said the cake creator's impression of what the cake represents matters because the compelled speech doctrine protects the individual's freedom of mind. Exactly. He said, Even the same words can express different things depending on the context, citing Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg's majority opinion in the 2015 case of Yates versus U.S. For example, my body, my rights might mean one thing to an abortion advocate and mean something totally different to an anti-vaxxer, Mr. Warner said. Here, just because Phillips could create an identical-looking cake doesn't mean he can create this cake that expresses a message that goes against his beliefs. It is compelled speech. You cannot compel him to speech he doesn't want to take part in. They're still going after the gay cake guy.
Aren't you basically forcing him to engage in labor?
Yes. It's not just compelled speech. It's compelled labor.
Yeah.
You suck the dick, bigot. Exactly, Neon.
That's the main thing that I focus on. Is never mind the speech.
We've moved into the gay segment, by the way.
You have to do the labor. Like, no, actually, that's the thing that bugs me the most.
Now, one thing that I noticed, and I think I pointed out last week, I don't know if I did or not, is that it is June. We're approaching very quickly the end of June.
And we have not seen a lot of the Pride shit.
And there's not been a lot of Pride shit. Some of it's happening now at the end of June. And I think that this is, what AA has called putting the woke away. And what Scrump has called putting the woke away. They can only stop themselves for so long, though. They can't go a full month. They can't even go the full month without doing it, because this is Tyler Cherry. Biden just promoted him to Associate Communications Director at the White House. Why? Take a guess. In 2015, he tweeted, quote, the modern day police system is a direct evolution of slave patrols and lynch mobs. And he prayed, quote, even harder for an end to a capitalistic police state motivated by explicit and implicit racial biases. Now, hold on, chat. Hold up. I'm going to scroll down. You're going to see what this guy looks like. Excuse me, this lovely woman. He also helped boost Russiagate, and in 2018 he called for ICE to be abolished. You only have to look at him alongside Backdoor Pete and Rachel Dick Levine to see why DEI has America circling the drain. Here he is, Biden's new Associate Communications Director. There he is. Think this guy was hired because of his skill?
No. Or if it is, it's not. It's a skill, nothing to do with the job.
Yeah, of course not. This is interesting. Biden officials pushed to remove age limits on trans surgery. Documents show. Newly released emails from an influential group issuing transgender medical guidelines indicate that U.S. health officials lobbied to remove age minimums for surgery in minors. Surgery. Permanent surgery in minors. Now,
you see,
the draft guidelines.
When I see things like this, a lot of my perspectives of liberalism and people are free, like, no, I think war needs to make a comeback. Because I can see a whole load of people that are wasting oxygen, and they need to
discount Freddie Mercury, absolutely. Scrum said something really interesting to me today. We were talking about Finster, who I brought up a couple of weeks ago, because Finster is like a popular Twitch streamer who originally was just kind of a cross-dresser, a bong cross-dresser, who then has now come out as trans. And recently, because the one thing the conservatives managed to do in well over 2 years of having basically complete control, allegedly, supposedly, over British politics, the one thing they managed to do is ban the HRT stuff for minors, which will immediately be overturned, by the way. So it's completely limp-wristed and pointless. Yeah, and I don't even know why who cares. He said something really interesting, and so Finster said, like, well, I'm gonna basically help if you're a teenager, message me and I'll help you get HRT.
Oh,
help you get
yeah.
Estrogen and testosterone or whatever. What he said was very interesting to me that I had not thought of before, but I think is Scrump is the resident trap expert, of course. And was here in the chat earlier. I'm pretty sure he's long gone. Is that, and I hadn't thought of it this way, is that it comes off to a lot of us on the outside is that, like, these people are groomers. They're doing some, yeah, Ki Jong T, a lot of people say that he was groomed. I think that he wouldn't have been cross-dressing in the first place if he wasn't already aligned towards those proclivities, right? Is that a lot of people are not, necessarily groomers because they actually like want to hurt kids. What they are is they are projecting. They're thinking like, well, if I had started estrogen when I was 10, then I would pass better. Now, Finster passes pretty well, I'd say. I mean, you can still tell Finster's a man, but you know what I mean. He passes well enough. But I think that a lot of transgender males in particular, the reason why they're so obsessed with we got to get the kids on hormone blockers, we got to get the kids on estrogen and testosterone or whatever, is because they're looking at themselves and they hate their own bodies because they do have some level of dysphoria or body dysmorphia. And they only are thinking about themselves like, well, I wish I passed better, so I should make sure that we make it younger so that children who feel the way that I feel
You can see
allegedly
the logic
will pass
behind
better.
that, but I just don't agree with it.
I think, by the way, I don't think there are absolutely groomers, a whole bunch of them. But I think there are. I think that that does explain why it's so prevalent. Because I think there are a lot of adults, a lot of them who are gooners, porn addicts, who are real fucked up in their own ways, who do have body dysmorphia, and they're thinking that, well, you know, if I would pass better if I had been on hormone blockers, if I had been on HRT from the time I was a child. And they're not thinking about, they're looking at it from their, again, it's presentism, from their adult mind that is developed and applying it onto children whose minds are still developing. I think that's a neat explanation, wood chipper.
Yeah, I prefer that reasoning.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I not thought about it that way. I think that explains. I think that explains some of it. Again, Scrump's the expert, so I'll default to him on that kind of stuff. I think there absolutely are groomers. I think there's a lot of groomers. I think a lot of it is pedophilia, but I think that also explains some of it as well. Draft guidelines released in late 2021 recommended lowering the minimum ages of 14 for hormonal treatments, 15 for mastectomies. Oh my god. 16 for breast augmentation or facial surgeries, and 17 for general surgeries or hysterectomies. You know, and again, what's crazy about that thing, too, is that when I was growing up, and I knew I had endometriosis way before, I knew I had something wrong with me way before I was diagnosed, and then became a lab rat guinea pig, you know, for endometriosis treatments, and took Lupron Depot, the drug that they give children as to pause their puberty, right? It causes simulated menopause in adult women, and it's a treatment for endometriosis, which I have. It's also used to chemically castrate pedophiles. And the other thing it's used for is as a hormone blocker in children, allegedly transgender children. Okay? And I remember when I was struggling with endo as a kid, I wanted to have a hysterectomy because I was in so much pain all the time. Like, can you just take it out? Like, just remove all my stuff. And I was told by many doctors, you will not, I was told at the time, this is years ago now, 15 years ago, you will not find a doctor on this planet who will give you a hysterectomy before the age of 35. I was told that by multiple doctors, that 35 is like the minimum age for what they would call what is it? What's the right word? I can't think of it. That it's not medically necessary. Even though I would have said it was a medical necessity. Elective. And this is elective, by the way. Well, they would say it's not elective. But so, again, 15 years ago, it would have been elective for me. And they were right. They were right. Because I would like to try to have children at some point. So they were completely right. And they told me, like, look, I know you're in a lot of pain right now, and this really sucks. But you're going to want to have children later when you get a little older. And if we cut your uterus out when you're 20, you're going to top yourself when you're 35. So, or whatever, or when you're 30. And they were probably right, because I did change my mind on that stuff. And in terms of at least wanting to try. But now it's completely the reverse. It's, well, you're 17, just cut that shit out. It's a useless organ. Oh my god. It's not a useless organ. And the young women doing this, you will change your mind. I remember hating when people told me that when I was that age and I just wanted to have all my shit cut out because I was in pain, right? You will change your mind, okay? And I know you hate hearing that, but you will, because your biological clock's gonna start ticking, and you're gonna go nuts, okay? Just letting you know. The proposed age limits were eliminated in the final guidelines outlining standards of care, spurring concerns within the international group and with outside experts as to why the age proposals had vanished. The email excerpts leaked this week shed light on possible reasons for the guideline change and highlight Admiral Levine's role as a top point person on transgender issues in the Biden admin. The excerpts are legal filings in a federal lawsuit challenging Alabama's ban on gender-affirming care. You mean child abuse? Okay. One excerpt from an unnamed member of the WPATH guideline. If you have not looked into the WPATH stuff, it is harrowing. Absolutely harrowing. They have no standards. They don't care. If a 10-year-old comes in and says, who is a boy and says, I want to be a girl, I want to wear dresses, then they just immediately go forward. There's no questioning. It just, boom, right onto hormone blockers and then immediately onto estrogen. She is confident, based on the rhetoric she is hearing in D.C. and from what we have already seen, that these specific listings of ages under 18 will result in devastating legislations for trans care. She wonders if specific ages can be taken out. No ages. So in other words, this was not far enough. The previous things, 14 for HRT, 15 for mastectomies, that is a breast removal, 16 for breast implants or facial surgeries, and 17 for genital surgery or hysterectomy, completely irreversible. Completely irreversible. This is also completely irreversible, but a little bit less so than these two. A little bit less so, right? Wants all ages. This was not enough. 14, not enough. Oh, excerpts were followed by James Cantor, a psychologist. Follow James Cantor on Twitter, by the way. And longstanding critic of gender treatments for minors, who used them as evidence that the International Advisory Group, referred to as WPATH, was making decisions based on politics, not science, in developing guidelines. They absolutely were. And again, follow James Cantor. The emails were part of a report he submitted in support of Alabama's ban on transgender medical care for minors. I think we get the point, though, is that Rachel Levine, right, in these emails, was trying to get rid of any age recommendations for hormone replacement therapy, mastectomies, breast augmentation, genital surgeries, and hysterectomies. Permanent. It's pure Weimar. This is pure Weimar. Pure freaking Weimar. Weirdly, though, leftoids say that they don't want ideology in government, huh?
They don't, because their ideology is already in government.
Exactly. Leftists cry separation of church and state over new 10 Commandments law. Here's a history lesson for them. So, on Wednesday, Republican Governor Jeff Landry of Louisiana ignited leftist outrage by signing a bill that requires the state's public schools classrooms to display the 10 Commandments.
Based?
Separation church of state, separation of church and state. So they're having a melty over this, right? Here's the deal. We stop pretending there's any kind of separation of church and state here. Tax them hard. And taxation stuff. All students should feel safe and welcome in our public schools. HB 71 would undermine this critical goal and prevent schools from providing the equal education of all students regardless of faith. By just displaying the 10 Commandments. Meanwhile, you're doing this. You have Rachel Levine sending emails saying we need to remove all ages from gender-affirming care treatments. All age requirements.
If you can have a BLM flag and a trans flag, then you should be allowed to have the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
And you know what's the most annoying thing? Do you know who's the one who's defended this shit? Do you know who's the one who defended not having the 10 Commandments in the class? Fucking libertarians.
Mm-hmm.
Because separation of church said, like, you libertarians are like the most just pathetic fucking bunch of faggots.
Yeah. So why can they have a trans flag and a gay flag and a communist flag and they'll do this stuff?
Absolutely.
But you don't know that. But you can't have the 10 Commandments.
No.
Separation of church and state. This is not what separation of church and state means, by the way.
You know why that was instituted in the first place?
Yes.
You know why? It's to do with war.
What? Yes. This is completely outside of the original meaning of separation of church and state. It's always this way with these people, is that they just repeat things. They regurgitate lines and phraseology without understanding the context or the meaning behind it. Right? Well, they wouldn't put an Israel flag up, not these people. They'd put a Palestine flag up, though, for sure. They put an Islamic flag up. They'd be allowed to do that.
I want them to put up both. Just to see the reaction, because it'll be funny.
I guarantee that these kind of people mad at this would absolutely fly a Islamic flag. But this is not the meaning of separation of church and state. Also, where the fuck do you think English common law and therefore all of the bases of our laws come from? It is based on the Ten Commandments as a most basic guiding principle of rules to live by, right? You might not like it, but where do you think that all liberalism in that sense, in terms of liberal law, comes from? Yes, it directly comes out of Christian belief systems. You know what I mean? It's not difficult to figure that out.
It is for them.
Well, apparently, but they hate liberalism in that sense, even though they claim to be champions of it. And I'm certainly no fan of liberalism, but it's fascinating. These people are so fundamentally stupid. Separation of church and state. You don't know what the term means. Do you want to elaborate on that, though?
Which?
On the war thing, because I've heard that as well. But
well, the main reason is because in Europe they had wars of like Catholics and Protestants.
Yes.
Yeah. So the main thing was just.
I want to make sure I was on the same like, page as you.
King Louis XIV, for example, had a whole bunch of shit against like the Protestants. I mean, that's why like a lot of them fled France.
Yeah.
They went to like places like America and South Africa, is to practice their religion, because like there was a lot of Protestants in America, because that's Protestantism.
Yes.
You know, the
okay,
Wasp.
we were on the same page. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, it was because of that. It's not because. You see, this is the thing that people need to realize is you need to understand. Like, for example, like free speech, for example, is like another one. This thing is in place for the specific thing,
group of people, by the way.
Yes, but
a specific culture of people.
Yes, but it's also because the reason for if it's to evade war, right? Then it's not you need to replace it with something else. No, it's to provide everybody access. But it should you have a religion that is trying to permeate the state, then you need to have something that clings, clocks the crap out of that. The same way that in free speech, you're supposed to let everyone, you're supposed to have like a set rules of the game that the game does not change. But the second somebody uses free speech to undo the system in power, then you sort of clamp down on free speech and go like, no, there's some things that we hold sacred that you do not criticize, because if you criticize everything, it means you have no standards.
Yes.
There are some, like the whole point of tradition is you have absolutes. That is the foundation of your society. If you can criticize the foundations of your society doesn't fucking have a foundation, therefore it's meaningless.
Yes. They do go into some detail
you'd never
here.
be able to criticize.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. They go into detail here about, which is why I like the Western Journal. Sometime after October 7th of 1801, the precise date remains unknown, a three-man committee representing the Danbury Baptist Association, a group of 26 Baptist churches in Western Connecticut and Eastern New York, wrote a letter congratulating their beloved Jefferson on his election to the presidency and laying out principles in which they knew he would agree. Sir, we are sensible that the President of the United States is not the national legislator, and also sensible that the national government cannot destroy the laws of each state. But our hopes are strong that the sentiments of our beloved President, which have had such genial effect, already like the radiant beams of the sun, wow, really blowing sunshine up his ass, will shine and prevail through all these states and throughout the world till hierarchy and tyranny.
Borderline like godlike worship.
Yeah, just really felling them. We destroyed from the earth, the letter read. The authors even suggested that the president, that, quote, America's God has raised you up to fill the chair of the state out of that good that which he bears to the millions which you preside over. And may the Lord preserve you. Yeah, well, it was Jefferson. And may the Lord preserve you safe from every ill and bring you to at last to his heavenly kingdom through Jesus Christ, our glorious mediator, the letter concluded. Jefferson did not receive this remarkable letter until December 30th, nor did it reach him without fanfare. In fact, the same itinerant preacher who carried the letter also delivered a now legendary giant wheel of cheese made by the citizens of Cheshire, Massachusetts, another Baptist stronghold in the state that did not disestablish its congregational church until 1833. In other words, Jefferson had New England Baptists on the mind as the new year approached. It might have been the reason why he invited Republican William Eustis of Massachusetts to dine with him. Over the next 2 days, the president's reply to the Danbury Baptist Association went through 2 drafts. In the first draft, he explained why, as president, he had avoided proclaiming religious fast days, but another New England Republican who reviewed the draft encouraged the president to excise the passage, so he did. In the second and final draft, preserved the remainder of the original nearly verbatim. Quote, believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, that he owes account to none other for his faith or worship, that the legitimate powers of governance reach actions only and not opinions. I contemplate with sovereign reverence that the act of the whole American people, which declared that their legislator should make, quote, no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. Jefferson's famous second paragraph began. Why take readers so deep into the weeds with Jefferson's letter? What could all this historical context possibly tell us, and what difference does it make? It reminds us that in 1802, those New England states had long established churches. Likewise, while Jefferson did not approve of established churches, he made no effort to influence state laws. Indeed, he could not have done so had he wished. As the Danbury Baptist noted, the president is not the national legislator, nor could the federal government, and that includes every branch of the federal government, destroy the laws of each state. Further, the president's consultation with several New England Republicans suggests that he intended his letter, once published, primarily for an audience of New England Republicans, in this case Baptists, who shared the president's view on religious freedom, and this suggests a political act, not a statement meant to clarify, alter, or forever enshrine the First Amendment's meaning. Finally, note Jefferson's use of the word whole, as well as his italicization of the word their. The whole American people had declared their legislature would make no laws establishing religion, inhibiting its exercise. Why would Jefferson italicize there, unless he meant to refer to the legislator of the American people only? That tells us Jefferson recognized the First Amendment as binding on Congress, but not state legislatures. Damn, Jefferson was base as fuck, dude. I mean, this is a reading of it. You could differently interpret what Jefferson meant, right? In sum, could a 7-word phrase from a 220-year-old letter written for a special purpose, expressing principles that denied the First Amendment's applicability to the states and responding to a letter that did the same, really keep a cornerstone of Western civilization out of public schools? I would say, fucking no. If you're gonna allow all this other shit in public schools, put the 10 Commandments in. Just stupid. It's all fucking stupid. But it's not just the only thing. Leftists don't like ideology in government when it's not their ideology. They also don't like ideology. They don't like ideology in their entertainment. Until, as we see, they like ideology in their entertainment. So atheists seethe as huge international soccer tournament kicks off with sermonette and prayer in Jesus' name. On Thursday, opening ceremonies of the 2024 Copa America soccer tournament at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, kicked off with a huge multinational soccer tournament that boasts a history going back more than a century. The ceremonies featured a Christian prayer and brief sermon that sent atheists online into fits of apoplexy. On social media site Reddit, oh god, we know we're in for a real one now. One user called the devotional moment absolutely disgusting. All these Christians are saying, cry about it, and you're offended. But if it was a pride thing, they would be trying to cancel everything.
Yeah, because pride is gay.
But isn't this fascinating? Isn't this fascinating? It's their religion. It is their religion. They're showing. I love when they just show you outright. Like, this is my faith. Not your faith is not allowed. Mine is. They would be seething. They'd be trying to shut this down. Here it is, right now.
Good evening, Copa America. We want to always thank God for
Let's hear what table this is.
Opportunities, protection, and peace He provides. Jesus said, I have come that they may have life and have it in all its fullness. A full life consists of love for each other, forgiveness towards each other, and unity with each other.
Okay.
I do
Christ
not
said that.
Forgiveness with certain people. There are certain people.
But what
I wish to
what is
demolish
wrong?
in the old ways.
But what is wrong with this prayer? He's not. He just said.
it's
Oh, he said
antithetical to
Jesus. Jesus said it. No, but this is what they're supposed to believe in. Love thy neighbor. Be kind to the people. Don't judge them. This is what they're supposed to believe in, and they're apoplectic over it. I'm glad this article uses the word apoplectic. I rarely get to use that one. It's a good one.
This is possible when we focus on God, the source of life.
There you go.
God, we ask your blessing over the tournament, the nations represented, the teams, players, and families. May your peace, your protection be upon all. In Jesus' name,
amen.
Amen.
That's
40
the reason
seconds.
why.
40 seconds. This drove them mad.
Yes, but that's because the god in their religion is man, or the
Yes,
state.
themselves.
Yes, in our religion, it's not.
That was
There's a
awful. Why
challenge.
should they permit it? Pushing their beliefs on people using sport, just awful. No self-awareness. No
You
self-awareness.
use the education apparatus. Fuck off.
You use everything. You put it in sports all the time. They put it in everything. You put it in everything. Yeah, never see that before. Religion and politics are two things that should be nowhere near sports, but your ideology should be, shouldn't it? Again, this the absolute abject lack of self-awareness of these people is fascinating to me. Again, they don't want religion. They don't want ideology.
It's a cult.
I know it is. I know it is.
Ever listen to these people like they have any sentience whatsoever. These people are dull. These people have nothing to live for. They are hopeless, mindless fuckwits that just want something to follow because their lives suck. The regime they live in stands for nothing. They have no identity. They have no family. They do not give a shit about anything other than what can I gravitate towards that makes my pathetic, fragile bullshit life feel like it has some semblance of meaning, and they gravitate towards this kind of shit because they suck.
Absolutely.
That is straight
Well
up
said, Spoon.
why these people are like this.
That
is
well
also why
fucking put.
why you cannot talk to these people like they're normal human beings, because they're just drones that they're like machines, and they believe in a certain code, right? And somebody else has admin privileges basically. And so if you talk to them, it's like you are inputting things that go against the code. And so when they get bad code, they just just correspond with just the tenet that you violated of their doctrine. It is like talking to machines.
You know, it's fascinating.
Anything.
So so in the research that I just conducted on this, that I put together my video on educationalism and dehumanization, about how highly educated people see people who are less educated as fundamentally less human. They used
oh, the irony of what I just said.
No, hang on. Here's what gets very interesting though, Spin.
All right.
The dehumanization instrument that was used across several of these studies is a two-factor instrument. There's human nature and human uniqueness are the two factors. And they broke them down into animalistic traits and machine-like traits. Because to be a machine is also to be non-human, right?
Yes.
Leftoids see themselves and educated people as machine-like. And they view it as a positive. So they also dehumanize themselves. But they see people who are less educated as animalistic. So they see themselves as like androids. So they like the machine-like language.
Oh, okay. Because I quite view them like machines, actually.
They want to be seen that way. I'm just a perfect logical machine. Right? Of course they're not. They're hyper-emotional and ludicrous. Lunatics. Anywho, though, yeah, of course, this is, again, it's Copa America. Like, who do you think these people pray to? Come on now. This was very silly. Yes. No, I'm saying the people in the audience watching this football game, right? They are Christians at Copa America, you know? So they're very upset about ideology in their entertainment until they're not. So I have to cover it. All right, I can't play this because the music's gonna be copyrighted. But this was hilarious. So this is Star Wars now.
Do the Star Wars Cantina version?
Oh, I don't, but that'll get copyright claimed too, the Cantina song. I'll just play it. It's got the lyrics on it. So Mandela Stenberg is from Master TDS, who's... I felt so bad because I didn't recognize him when I met him in real life. But really cool guy. Give him a follow on Twitter for sure. Amanda Stenberg, the star of Star Wars, the Acolyte, decided to pull the racism card and own the haters by flailing around like a fish out of water, gasping for air while singing about how oppressed she is. So the new Star Wars show, The Acolyte, is... I'm not going to play the music, Lance, don't worry. It'll get us claimed anyway. Oh, and because, by the way, she is actively, or whoever, whatever, they are claiming this. They are trying to get this taken down everywhere. If you play the music for like even a second,
Yeah, and it's actually it's the person who takes it down.
It's awful. Yeah, yeah, because she's seething. She made Jay Long. Oh yes, Jay Longbone's review on this was hilarious. Definitely watch that. Aiden Wood, absolutely not. No. As much as I like the brown ladies, absolutely not on Amanda Stenberg.
She has no tits, she has no ass, and she can't dance. She's very, very white.
Well, she's half white, and she just hates being half white, I guess. So, there we go. So, okay, so if you don't know, Star Wars: The Acolyte is like the worst Star Wars ever made, and that's really saying something at this point. Like, you have to be trying. When I put out the educationism video, when it's done, Slosher, I've got about an hour and 10 minutes edited. It's about an hour and a half, or I think it's about an hour and 40 minutes long. So depends on how fast I am at it. I'll be on Geeks and Gamers Tabletop tomorrow, so I've got to stream tomorrow night. But I'm doing my best to get through it. It's just it's a lot of just sluggish editing. Oh yeah. Yo, tell Flash to hit me up sometime. I mean, if you're going on, we should go on together.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm. I've been on Flashcast in a minute. Always fun to go on though. So here it is. I'm not gonna play the music, but so okay. So right, what I'm saying though, the show is being miserably reviewed by anyone with a brain. It is the worst. I mean, it's awful. It's just politics. It is just an insane communist feminist nightmare. That's basically incomprehensible. Aiden burns the coal, shucks the clam, and has no children. No, I think black women are pretty. Not all. I think some black women are pretty. I grew up with Storm. I grew up liking Storm and thinking Storm was awesome. So I thought black women with white hair were cool. It's just like, I don't know. This is not cool though. This is cringe and gay, literally. So because her show is she's the protagonist. She plays both protagonists of the show. They're twins. Light side and dark side. Twice. Get it? Ho ho ho. Yeah, you get to see her suck twice as hard. Oh my god! And the lightsaber haircutting scene was really funny, but it just gets worse every episode. It gets worse. I mean, it was bad enough when it was the Coven of Witches going, the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. Like, it's really bad. It's so bad. I can't even see it was written by AI. It's written by insane people, aka Leslie Headland. That's her name, right? Not Headland. Leslie Headland is Cersei. What's her name? Whatever. Some bint. Who's a lesbian? Oh, I'm gonna bring her up here in a minute. I got an interview with her. But the show is being horribly. Yeah, the power of haircuts, exactly. Is being horribly reviewed. Everyone hates it because it is embarrassingly bad. And she comes out with this to own the haters. Discourse. Oh my god, she can't even dance. It's so bad. Oh my god. There's something else. I'm going viral on Twitter again. Open the news and find some interesting things. 20 million views. Interview from 2018. Now, she's mad about this because there's an interview from 2018 where she talks about how she hates white people, essentially. When I was a teen, running the city, so to speak, on a story, the one police murdering a black boy. White people cried in the theaters finding release. White people cried they could see us as human beings. Trevor asked what I want the people to know. I said white people crying was the goal, which is what oh, you're taking me out of context. She's like, no, we want white people to cry so they feel with us. But no, you want white people to cry because you hate white people. You hate your own father. You are a self-loathing mixed race person, and it's every case, by the way. I see this over and over again with these mixed race people. They hate their white parent. They always do, because what gets them clout, what gets them power, what gets them money, what gets them attention is identifying with the non-white parent. I can't fathom that.
That's how you know that the hatred is not real.
Oh, I think she hates her father, probably.
No, okay, it's only because it's in her profession. It's like it's like a token thing. I guarantee you, with these people, if a bunch of white people just went, listen here, Missy, we're the ones in charge, and if you don't do what we say, we will make sure your life is a living fucking hell. Every one of these freaking bitches will just say yes, master, really fucking quick, because they have nowhere else to go. They suck up the power, and the power is hate whitey. That's the thing that's in right now.
Yeah, that's it's in right. It's in
vogue.
vogue.
Do you think these people have any fucking minds of their own?
No.
These people
you're right. It's in vogue.
Without a fucking instruction manual.
You're right. It's just that it's in vogue to be like fuck whitey, even though her father's white. And it's just.
Yeah.
Could you imagine though, like being the parent of one of these virtue signalers, and them coming out and saying like, just basically saying that they hate you because of your race.
Because I mean, look at how many people like at the AOC, the squad, they go, oh my goodness, we hate white supremacy. Like, bitch, behind closed doors,
No,
white
you hate
supremacy
white people.
is fucking pummeling.
Meanwhile,
the pussy. Shut the fuck up.
and they're all married to white people. Yeah, all married to white guys. Yeah, of course.
So that's political feasibility. When behind closed doors, like you crave white dick. Shut the fuck up.
I say empathy. Ooh, that's why they're mad at me, because they don't have empathy. No. They were mad at you because you said that the goal was to make white people cry. You want to make white people cry. Yeah, it made you look really bad. And then she's like, I was a child. Okay. All right. But I at least give you that one, that you were a kid. You were a teenager. I think she was like 19. But still, all right. You said, I think you meant what you said.
That just tells me you're kind of stupid.
You're just a bitch. And you're dumb. Yeah. Propaganda they spew. Isn't that interesting? That's propaganda. They conflate our pain with violence. Try to weaponize everything we do. You are weaponizing everything. You're making everything into politics. People don't like your show, and you're weaponizing your race. You're weaponizing your race and your sexuality. That's what you do.
Yes, sexuality.
That's what you've been doing the entire. She's gay.
Is she?
Yeah, she's a lesbian.
I think it's because she can't get dick with that kind of face.
So is the showrunner. That's why she was chosen. That's why she was picked for the role, is because she's black and a lesbian. Well, she's half black and a lesbian. That's why that's the only reason she was picked by the showrunner's own words, more or less. Is that the reason she picked her, Amanda Stenberg, is because she's half black. She didn't say that properly. She's gay. She's like, oh yeah, another gay. Desperation of oppressors is rising. They are holding on to anything they can use. If you rely upon misinformation, then that tells me you're afraid of the truth. Isn't that hilarious? Where you have to shut down everything. You have to shut down you have to try and anyone who says things negative about the Acolyte has to be shut down, by the way, because they're racist, sexist bigots. Oh, we're afraid of the truth. Meanwhile, you have to shut down commentators. Curious. Oh my god, it's just so pathetic. It's so pathetic. Yeah, I don't care. We only care about... This is about the truth. I'm not mad. You're molding so hard you made this cringe video. We're just kind of awkwardly dancing around. Are there no lyrics for this part? Oh, whatever.
By the way, this is like right up there with
this is
like
awful.
The vaccine dance from frickin'...
Yeah, it's terrible. Now listen, I'm gonna tell you something fascinating. They spin in woke, bastardize, and appropriate it. Last I recall, woke was something we created. They've doing this for a couple years of like, woke is a black word, it's our word, and you're appropriating it. It's like, well, you chose to use this word to describe this stupid shit you're doing. So then when we use the same word that you used to describe the stupid shit you're doing, speak truth of power, keep an eye out for you silly racists. Now use it to describe anything they're threatened by. You mean anything that's woke? Remember when Gambino put it in the zeitgeist? It wasn't... Oh my god, don't even fucking evoke Childish Gambino. Get the fuck out of here. It was all about people recognizing bigotry, power of community, not fodder for your clickbait. And dude, by the way, you're a fucking Hollywood actress. This is the part that fascinated me. Journalists, I'm looking at you. By the way, the only people who like or pretend to like Star Wars The Acolyte are journalists. They've had to be somewhat critical of it because it's fucking shit. And who does she blame? Journalists are not defending her hard enough. Journalists
have actually trashed the show, by the way.
I mean, they have, but they're being tepid on it because they can't because of this stuff. She's upset. She's crying that journalists who are still. If you look at let's look at the Rotten Tomatoes scores, shall we? Critical drinker thing because they went after him. They went after him real hard. Called him like a racist and stuff. Let's see, Rotten Tomatoes.
By the way, can we just make that label fucking cool already?
Yeah. So, but
like,
okay. So
God, can you just make racist make racist cool? Because at this fucking point, no one gives a shit.
Oh, it's IMDb. Is it IMDb that has the journalist ratings?
That's Rotten Tomatoes.
Which is it? Is it Rotten Tomatoes?
Yes.
Or did they change the way that?
Oh,
I think they've changed. They've changed the way that it's presented, isn't it? Look at this. Look at this. Look. Look. It says average tomato, audience tomato. Where's the critics? Where do I find that?
It's right next to it, woman.
It says average, not critics.
No,
what are you talking about?
The average. No, that's the audience score.
Oh, wait, this is the critics score?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the critics love it. So why are you mad at the journalists? They're giving an 83%. But I found that to be fascinating that she went after the journalists.
She's probably told to.
Who did they call a racist? Ryan Kinnell? They called Ryan Kinnell, they called Critical Drinker, they've called everybody a racist over this, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't like a strong, independent wham.
Do you forget it's your job to provide the truth? You mean giving a review on your show? Yeah, Nerdrotic and Drinker, yeah. Yes, I don't know if they went after Kinnell, actually. I know they went after Nerdrotic and Drinker, for sure. Yeah.
Who the hell looks at
spreading divisiveness and mining this rhetoric? You give up your ethics for money and reviews. I can tell the people dude, this is insane. Yes, we are tired. It's extremely tiresome. Kids don't trust anything they view. I don't know, because all you do is lie. We can learn something from their discernment. The future's coming. It's always the youth. No one wants to watch your fucking show because it sucks. To be fair, Ryan Kinnell's a racist, so I like him. Ryan's based. I like Ryan. Ryan was really cool when we hung out. I felt a little bad. I got really stoned and kind of threw up in front of him, man. Not kind of, I mean, I did. I took a like big puff of some weed and I got real, like, it was like, it hit me like too hard. And I was like, oh shit, man. I took way too deep of a hit. It's like, sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry for that, Ryan. It's just like it just hit me wrong and I kind of puked in that hotel room. Oh man, it's fun though. not the throwing up part. Other than that, we had a good time. That shit was strong, man. I'm a rookie smoker. Anyway, this is embarrassing. That's it. It's cringe. My sister don't let it get to my spirit. Clearly did, though, didn't it? Sick and tired of suppressing my rage. 400 years of taking their bullshit. You're half white, you dumb bitch. Compartmentalize like my ancestors had to encage. If you don't confront the pain that you live with, it manifests as an addiction, disease, and hate. Oh, yeah, so you admit that you're a hateful bitch. You're a hateful bitch. I've seen the infection repression can give you. I'm gonna be in the next one, sent to an early grave. Okay. Cringe. And she admits that she's a hateful bitch, because she is. You're well. Sorry, guys. At least we didn't have to listen to it. I just read it. Here is the insane. I'm gonna play a little bit of this interview where they just admit it is Leslie Headland. What is Leslie Headland? Isn't Leslie Headland also the name of the Cersei? Is it spelled differently? What is her name? Am I losing my mind?
You keep forgetting people's names.
Played by Lena Headley.
Look her up?
I just did. That's what I was looking up. Is Leslie Headland Lena Headley? Okay. I don't know. Lena Headley. I got confused with Leslie Headland. Duh. Anyway.
I know you're a big Star Wars fan.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
I love how you start out with such an obvious lie.
something you've seen in past Star Wars films, shows, books, you name it, that you love and wanted to hold tight to an acolyte. But then I also want to know something that you thought was missing from past Star Wars projects.
By the way, this show, by the way, like completely destroys a whole shit ton of as very little is left of the Star Wars canon. It's intact. This show is dumping all over it. Like, in so many ways. So I know that you love the Star Wars canon. No.
That became really important to infuse.
Yes, Lena is Cersei, Leslie is the Epstein. Yes, she was, by the way, friends with Jeffrey Epstein, maybe involved with Jeffrey Epstein. This woman, by the way, if you didn't know that, Spoon, did you know that about this?
I did.
Woman in charge of this show? Oh, yeah. She was high up on Epstein's flight list.
She's here for the first time.
That's really interesting. I mean, I think the biggest inspiration for me was Kreia, Darth Treya in Knights of the Old.
Keep Kreia's name out your damn mouth. She was his PA, right? His personal assistant. Which, what does that mean exactly? Yeah, she was his personal assistant. Thank you, Hasso. Couldn't remember exactly the relationship. At least that is on paper what she was. Don't bring up Knights of the Old Republic. You dumb Ben. You've never played that game. I know you're going to say you have, but you clearly haven't. This was after her being coached as to what to say. Like, oh yeah, bring up something that Star Wars fans actually like Knights of the Old Republic.
Old Republic 2. A character that when I first encountered her playing the game, I was really blown away by her characterization as well as the journey that she took the protagonist through. It felt like a type of character that I'd be interested in building.
Nothing that you've done in this show has any resemblance to Kreia whatsoever. Have you played Knights of the Old Republic, Spoon?
I have not.
Oh my god, you should. Play Knights of the Old Republic 2. I mean, I'd say play both of them.
I am not a nerd.
Spoon, you like Mass Effect, don't you?
That's different.
You like Fallout. You like Skyrim, Oblivion.
Yes.
You like those games?
Yes.
Who do you think made KOTOR?
Where you go with this?
BioWare. Oh no, it's Obsidian. It's Obsidian. Sorry, not BioWare. It's Obsidian.
Right.
You will like Knights of the Old Republic. I'm telling you, it's Chris Avellone. You will like Knights of the Old Republic. It is a game that if you like the same company that made Fallout New Vegas made Knights of the Old Republic 2. Okay.
Okay.
So you should check it. You like Fallout New Vegas, yes?
I do.
Then you should play Knights of the Old Republic 2.
He's trying to bully me into.
Yeah, KOTOR was BioWare. Thank you, House. That's why I got confused. Yeah, KOTOR was BioWare. KOTOR 2 was Obsidian. Yeah. I think you'd like KOTOR 1 as well.
She's trying to bully me.
I think you'd like these. I think you genuinely like these games because I know the games that you like, and because I think you'd like the two KOTOR games. They're really, really fun, and they're extremely well written. Extremely well written. It's Chris Avellone, so.
Around. So that was kind of like what I sort of
yeah, I definitely want to see Spoon's reaction to HK-47. Spoon, you will love HK-47. You would love that character.
Bringing to it, in addition to my overall fandom. But that was the thing that I kind of picked up on when I was brainstorming about this.
You have a brain?
I don't know. I mean, the world that George created this, so it's a masterpiece. So it's hard to say.
You should definitely check out KOTOR 2. I think you really like it.
That I wanted to bring something completely different. I guess I really like being able to utilize witches in my own way.
Oh my god. I just want to put witches into it. So I want to put witches into it because I'm like super into like crystals and like astrology and like tarot cards. She's literally, I mean, she's a lesbian, you know.
Yes.
Okay, Aiden drinks so much she's a lightweight. I'm actually not. Am I coming off as drunk? I don't think so. I'm just a little giggly today. I've been giggly all night.
Obviously, you know, we know from Clone Wars and Ahsoka, this is not a new concept for.
Oh my god.
That's a good question in the chat, by the way. From
which is?
Well, the one below that is like, how can Aiden drink so much but still be such a lightweight? That's a good question.
I'm not drunk though. Trust me, guys. I'll tell you when I am. It's also very easy to tell.
Yeah, Aiden's voice goes high pitched.
Yeah, Hasselpuffer5 says, Amanda spent 3 days making a video to say that she wasn't bothered. Kind of a self-defeating endeavor. Absolutely, isn't it? It's like, I'm not... wait, I know what this one is. Hang on, I got a meme for this one, though. It's a... Wint tweets. Oh, it's a Susfather. There's Susfather tweets. Is that it? No, it's not Susfather tweets. And I'm not owned. There it is. This is a... there it is. Here it is. It's drill tweets. It's a difference. Not Susfather. It's drill.
By the way, the only way people will get me to play
Sorry,
the game
I
is
would.
they pay me.
Yeah. Well.
That's
Is this
how that
it?
works.
A PhD on.
This is some woman reading it. What the fuck is this?
I don't like women reading.
Oh, I had a problem with this. No. It's no. Wait. Hey, Bill, can you send me the drill tweet where it's the corn cob thing? Can you find that? I had a hard time finding it the other day. No, I know everyone says Jake when I bring this up, but I'm trying to find this not Susfather, fucking drill tweet. Drill, I'm not. YouTube, it keeps trying to hide this from me. Top Wint. Oh, is it Wint? It's Wint, or he went by different names on Twitter. Maybe this is it. Is it in this one?
Jesse, I just heard about She-Ra.
I think it might be in this one. Yeah. I just gotta find it. Hang on. Yeah, it's in this. Alright, I found it, Bill. Just gotta find where it's at. Here it is. Here it is. Here we go. Look, I found it.
I'm not owned. I'm not owned. I continue to insist as I slowly shrink and transform into a corn cob.
There it is. Here's the wind drill tweet I was looking for.
Or Star Wars, but
You're totally
I guess
on.
I was so interested in if I was going to tell the story of these two women, and if I were going to tell their origin story, it would be nice to do it later on in the series, and also a bit of a cliffhanger so that you had to keep watching.
Oh god, so I'm gonna make this story intentionally obtuse, so you have to keep watching my fucking trash. By the way, the backstory has come out, we watched it, that was the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. Yeah, that was the backstory that you waited so much time to do. Oh my god.
Understand where they came from and who they are. So it's not that
I wasted your time with that non-joke, Aiden. What? No, it's hilarious. That's a great classic drill tweet. It's a classic drill tweet. I'm not owned. I continue to insist as I slowly shrink and transform into a corn cob.
It's not that different. I think it's just a different spin on it.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take which
I'll take that.
genus in any form, like anywhere in the world, and also Star Wars. Amanda, for you, just so you know, we're going to release this during the premiere, so people will know about both your characters. You're safe to talk about it. I will guard it with my life. I'm curious to see if your answers differ for this, but what would you say is the single most difficult quality of OSHA to capture and bring to screen? And then what is the single...
Operational, oh god, what does OSHA stand for again? Because it's a little platoon's been using it. Operation, what is it? What does OSHA stand for again? It's the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, right? Her character's name is Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Yes. Wonderful. Best character in Star Wars, Occupational Safety and Health Administration.
Most difficult quality of May to kind of wrap your head around and bring to life?
Oh my god, that's such a good question. Well, I guess like for both of them, it kind of has to do with their internal world. So like,
oh my god, this is pointless.
Is like a suppressor and compartment.
Oh, this is so dumb. But like, it is worth listening to because it gets really stupid. They talk about the gayness.
To express her feelings very well, and that's kind of part of her.
Except for
I've seen this woman try to.
I've seen this.
Absolutely no range.
She has no emotion. No, she has no range at all.
Or wound, and why she sort of cannot figure out how to connect with herself deeply. That's her spiritual block, you know, and her path is how to unlock that spiritual block, and that's what
in other words
so fun about our show is you kind of get to see that progression. I think being able to translate, it's very difficult to translate. It's difficult to express someone not expressing something.
What the fucking hell are you talking about?
What case in point? It's very difficult to express someone not expressing something like you just did because you are waffling and you said absolutely nothing.
It's like one of the greatest acting challenges, giving a viewer access to a character's internal world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's for someone who's afraid to delve into
What the?
They're making shit up.
To their own
It's
feelings,
Hollywood
let alone
speak.
share them with other people. The process of shutting something down when it arises is a difficult thing to share. While at the same time, I wanted her to be like lovable, and I wanted like people to be on the journey with her. So.
By the way, she's playing two characters. One of whom is like is a pseudo Jedi, and the other one is like supposed to be this incredibly evil Sith. She's saying, "I want you to emote. I want you to feel with her." Okay, yeah. Yeah, Little Platoon kept switching around safety and health in his first bid. It was so fantastic. Yeah. Little Platoon's videos. If you've not, look, if you guys have got 8 hours to watch videos about the Acolyte rather than watch the Acolyte, watch Little Platoon's videos because I think his review of every single episode has been nearly 2 hours long, and they're hilarious. Little Platoon is very, very funny. I mean, everyone's been doing good reviews of them. I mean, like, here's the thing. This show is losing Disney, as is all of Star Wars, losing Disney massive amounts of money. But for my friends on this side of YouTube, it is a money printer going brrrr. Let's fucking go. Get fucked. I enjoy watching my friends make money off of your fucking failure.
And then with May, I really wanted May to be the opposite. I wanted May to be like driven by emotion, like almost to the point where it's a problem, which it is. Which just
I don't even remember which one is the Sith and which one's the Jedi. I don't remember.
Intuitive demonstration of emotion. I think about like how that sort of intuitive emotion that just
it's all bullshit.
Women greatest acting challenges to play two characters like this, but also
where's the gay?
I love it. Thanks. Not sure how much you two spoke about this, but I'm always curious about character backstory. Did you ever discuss why May and Osha kind of diverged?
Like 60 pages.
60 pages about
where does the gay thing come in?
People. This is the only way.
Yeah, it makes
that
sense.
I can get into
It's later
it.
in this. I'll find it.
Yeah. Can you share something from
May
those
is the bad one. Osha's the good one. Oh, Fannie Mae is the evil one, right? Who fucking gives a shit? They both suck.
But I did think a lot about. It's kind of a continuation of what we were talking about earlier. Is I thought a lot about.
I had this originally, but
the fundamental nature of these two. Their life.
This gay shit come in here.
Some people really identify from the communities that they were raised by. Some people always feel at odds with them, and that really shapes the way that they move through the world.
We're raised by space lesbians, by the way.
Into that, plus a million other things that I wish we had time to talk about. Leslie, a big question for you. So this is Acolyte season 1.
Oh yeah.
If you could snap your fingers and get the amount of seasons that you think would tell.
No. Like, where did she say the gay thing?
I mean, I'd love to keep doing it forever,
the gay
but I'm
thing.
not sure how I feel too. This is my dream job, so it's like if I'm saying 3 because I'm like hoping that if I could snap my fingers.
I looked it up and it was in this interview. It's in this bit. It's in this interview, but
I can't think of a higher creative or career peak than working on Star Wars. So I really am good. I don't
want a single season out of this.
Oh hell no!
Because
really? Everyone
is going
no,
to
you know
watch
what?
this shit.
No, here's the thing. They don't care anymore. It's not about people watching it. They don't give a shit. It's actually right now about actively hurting the fucking audience. They hate the audience.
I also just refer to it often on the assumption that we'll be university to all of my friends and family. Like when I was making this choice,
where did the gay things
into existence at Collider? So yes. I say with like authority, I look forward to seeing the rest of this season and everything to come.
Okay,
congratulations.
Congratulations. Hayden,
yeah?
Even I know the interview where they said it's the gayest Star Wars, it's not a chick interviewing them, it's a guy.
Oh, it's not this one.
It's not this
one. When I looked it up, this is what I found. Oh, shit.
People in the chat tell me I'm right.
Alright, probably is. No.
Yes.
There it is, whatever.
I want to ask you both.
It is a guy,
this is, I would say, arguably the gayest Star
Wars.
Oh, yeah, by a considerable
You're right.
The Spoon is
yes,
always
Spoon
right.
is a man, so he's always right, of course.
And
here it is. Whatever.
Are you excited about that? Are you raising yourself?
Star Wars. Nothing.
It's great.
It's pretty gay. Let's be honest. Leslie, are you How do you feel?
Am I gay?
Are you,
Yes.
Well, no, I know
Yes.
you are gay, but I'm asking, are you excited about putting...
Am I gay? Yes, I'm super gay. It's all they have. All they have is their fucking identity. So infuriating. Have anything. You are so boring. You are so fucking boring. Oh my god, you're making my inner as come out. Like, you are so fucking boring. All you have is your fucking pronouns, your fucking gay shit, your fucking Californian shit. It's all you have. It's boring.
This is going to be a talking point.
Is it going to be a talking point?
I'm sure so.
Because nerds are gay.
Well, yeah.
No, they're not, actually.
No. Is this going to be a talking point? Oh, you acting surprised. The whole point.
Nerds are actually not gay.
The entire point of you making this gay show was to talk about how gay it is because you're gay. Nerds are gay. I'm a gay nerd. And no, we're not all gay.
Well, some nerds are very not gay and are very threatened by gay.
Well, they're not fucking threatened. They just want to enjoy their fucking media.
True, but in my
I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest.
They're not
I was watching
threatened, they just find you fucking boring.
Yes, and I was watching Red Letter Media's review of this, and I had to turn it off because I don't know what the fuck is going on. But like, they were defending this interview, saying that this was clearly a joke. It's like this was not a joke. They're being 100% serious with this. They're like, oh, they're joking about it being the gayest Star Wars. They're joking, and then people got all mad at them and treated them poorly. And it's like, no, they were not joking. This is, I have to unfortunately say it. My husbando, Mike Stoklasa, is so fucking out of touch. He has no goddamn idea what's happening anymore. Mike, you are off my husbando list. No more. No more, Mike Stoklasa. You've fucked up.
Old nerds are gay.
Okay.
Nerds are gay.
Was this the fun element of...
No, I don't think so. And yet people have told me that it's the gayest Star Wars, and I frankly...
You wanted to make it the gayest Star Wars.
You're offended?
Into it. No,
I'm into it.
I think that Star Wars is so gay already.
Okay.
I mean, have you seen the fits? We'd be like, look how gay this is, and then send each other a reference.
I just hate it.
And are you telling me, with a straight face, that C-3PO is straight?
Okay, this has been a joke. This was brought up in the Red Letter. This was brought up in the Red Letter Media review as well. Is that it has been a joke for 40 freaking years at this point that C-3PO is gay because he has effeminate mannerisms. Which, by the way, what the fuck is that saying about you guys? You're all saying, like, well, you can't tell if someone's gay. You would never know. And then you're saying, well, C-3PO is effeminate, so therefore he must be a homosexual, even though in fact he's a freaking protocol droid.
His job is translations.
Yes, she's gonna say here that, and they're gonna claim this is Red Letter Media claimed this was a joke. I don't think it was, because they're gonna say that R2-D2 is a lesbian.
They're a couple. That's what I think. But this is more outward.
I think it's canon that R2-D2 is a lesbian.
Oh. Canon that
No, it
R2-D2
isn't.
is a lesbian.
How is it canon?
Because you just made it up in your fucking head. It's so stupid. C-3PO having somewhat effeminate behaviors makes him gay. So you're saying that a man who, or not even a man in this case, a fucking robot, who's a little bit of a scaredy cat, makes him gay? What do you say? So you're saying gay people are scaredy cats? Like they always tell on themselves like this. They always do. Every single time. They're like, oh, don't use stereotypes to define me. I defy stereotypes. And then just use stereotypes to define themselves. Every single goddamn time. You use stereotypes to define yourselves. And then you get mad when other people do. It's a no-win freaking scenario. It's the freaking Kobayashi Maru.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Ask Filoni. Okay.
Ask Filoni.
Can you imagine?
Talk to Filoni.
Unbelievable. Okay, I'm gonna cover this real quick.
Is it actually
Dr. Disrespect? No, it's not.
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna cover the Dr. Disrespect stuff real quick. I'm not a huge fan of Dr. Disrespect. Guy BM. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm assuming that's it. I don't watch Twitch. So I've not been a big fan of this guy, but I have seen a lot of memes and clips of him over the years, and I've always found him to be quite funny. One thing I would say about Dr. Disrespect is that, from what I've seen of him, is he is the closest thing to a professional streamer I think that exists. He is so good. He's up there with professional streamers, and he is so good at staying in character in the Dr. Disrespect character, who is just like this ostentatious, kind of, sort of asshole-ish, very big ego guy. The only and he's always in character. And it takes a lot to do that. I can't imagine playing a character for 8 hours at a time. Like, there are people who are really good at it as well. Like, I would say the person I brought up when I was talking to this with some other people was Kit Boga, who does the scam baiting, where he will just put on a character and can just stay in character. That takes an extreme amount of talent. Like, that is not something... I know people will say, like, oh, streaming's so easy. Yeah, it kind of is. You're just talking. To a certain degree, But,
I actually disagree. That's like saying anyone can just go up and talk to a girl. Like, no.
Yeah. And
No,
also,
you
like,
need
no
to have
one,
a certain kind of
no one
personality
would
for
be
that.
watching us if we didn't have YouTube channels that already existed, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Where we had shown, why people might want to listen to us hang out and talk and shoot the shit.
Because we talk funny shit.
But someone like Dog, he was really good at playing this character, and I'm not gonna say that, like, I'm not gonna pull the Hassan Piker insane thing where he's like, you understand, this is harder than like shoveling pitch. It's so much harder than digging a ditch or whatever. Like, that's a crazy Hassan Piker
If
socialist
that's the case,
nonsense.
Hassan, why don't you just
That's
go and
crazy.
do that instead?
Yeah, go do that then, you
Dumbass.
socialist rich dickhead. No, obviously not. This is a dream job, being able to stream, being able to do YouTube. It's a dream job. But there is talent and skill involved. And R2 didn't do. I remember R2 didn't do. I got in trouble for calling someone R2 didn't do in my coverage of the Evergreen State College stuff, because I called the one person in the wheelchair who was protesting at Evergreen. I called her R2 didn't do.
Well done.
I stole it from 4chan. I didn't make it up. Come on. But it takes a lot of skill, like for Kit Boga to go there and do what he does and put on those characters for those hours. It's crazy. Aiden, what are you more pissed off at, Star Wars or Doctor Who? I've never been a huge Star Wars fan. I like Star Wars. I love Knights of the Old Republic. I like a lot of the extended universe stuff. I like Star Wars, I would say, more as a investigation or a manifestation of the hero's journey, Joseph Campbellian-esque, like, which of course Lucas drew it from directly. He spoke to Campbell about it, and I was like, how do I make a story? And Campbell was like, okay, well, you follow this, and that's how you make a story. So I find Star Wars very interesting from a sort of academic. That's gonna sound really gay, but it's true. I don't know. I didn't grow up with it in the same way, because we weren't a Star Wars household. We were a Star Trek household.
You were.
It wasn't. Yeah, I'm a Trekkie. I liked Star Trek. That's what I like Star Wars. I don't dislike Star Wars, and I particularly like a lot of the like I said, the expanded universe stuff. I love Knights of the Old Republic, as I just tried to bully you into playing it. But no, I was a Trekkie, so it wasn't my passion as a child. Star Trek was. So, however, and I didn't get into. I found Doctor Who. I had seen some Doctor Who as a kid because my dad had like old tapes of it, and I saw it on TV a little bit. But it wasn't until New Who came out in 2006, and so I was like 16, and I immediately fell in love with New Who. I loved New Who, and once I fell in love with New Who, I went back and tried to find everything I could about old Doctor Who. I loved Doctor Who. What they have done to Star Wars is sickening and disgusting. To me, it's less offensive because I don't have the same emotional attachment to Star Wars. And by the way, they destroyed Star Trek too, so it's not like my favorite series has been left alone by this. They've destroyed Star Trek as well. However, why I think Doctor Who is a case on its own that stands outside of what they've done to Star Trek, what they've done to Star Wars, what they've done to every other franchise, I mean, just pick one. They've done it. What makes Doctor Who stand out is that, unlike Star Trek or Star Wars, Doctor Who is a British cultural institution, right? That, like, means something to people. It's older than all of the others. Even older than Star Trek. You know? Star Trek's 1967. Doctor Who is early 1960s, late 1950s. It's old as fuck.
It's like early 1960s.
The oldest. It's the oldest. It is the longest running science fiction television show of all time. And not only that, but
by a black homosexual.
But it's not just that. It's been going on for It's been going on for a decade now that they've been destroying Doctor Who. And when every time that I think I can't get, and it's not just me, and it's interesting though, because like it's not just me who feels this way, because it is a British cultural institution, and neither you nor I grew up in the UK, Spoon. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
But from my understanding, what you sort of did. Did your family gather around after at Christmas and watch Doctor Who specials?
No.
Because I've been told that's very well. Your family did, but I've been told that's very normative. That was a thing that a lot of families did.
Yeah,
was
you gotta understand? Like I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, so right, that's what I'm saying. Neither of us are, but I've been told by many people who are that was what you did. You have Christmas dinner.
I don't know why you're asking me? I didn't grow up here.
But that's what I said. Hence why I preface it the way I did, is that it's very normal to have Christmas dinner and then go sit around and watch Doctor Who because it's a family program for everybody. That adults can have things that they can laugh at and find fun, and it's scary for the kids, but also fun and exciting, and it appeals to everyone. That's the appeal of Doctor Who. It's why it's been around for 60, going on 70 years. Do you know what I mean? That's why. It is a British cultural institution. So when they destroy Doctor Who, it is way worse than destroying Star Trek or Star Wars. If that makes sense as to why the destruction of, and the denigration, because it is a denigration of Doctor Who, is way more offensive to me than even Star Trek, which is my favorite show of all time. My favorite sci-fi. I find that more offensive, the denigration of Doctor Who, because it's shitting on the entire, it's shitting on the British people as a whole, I would say. And I find that to be extremely offensive and sickening. So that's my irritation with Doctor Who and why it is elevated over my irritation with Star Trek or Star Wars. Yeah. And if you've not looked at it, it's Spoon. It's so bad. It's so bad what they've done. I talked about it a bit when the new series started to air. I've been paying attention to it. I've kind of... I'm asking him because he's Limey adjacent. He grew up in Ireland, so I thought maybe, I didn't grow up on this side of the pond at all.
Yeah, but my family isn't English, so why the hell are we having these traditions?
No, but you at least lived on this side of the pond. I was in America,
Right, but again, I didn't grow up.
So I just asked you the question. So I just asked you the question, Spoon.
As I'm doing with the answer, young lady.
So, Dr. Disrespect, going back to this. This guy, Cody Connors, who is a former Twitch employee, says that he got banned because he was caught sexting a minor, and then Twitch Whispers, in the then Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The doc confirmed it. The powers that be could read in plain text, case closed, gang. Now, I don't know why the fuck he did, but he did. He admitted to it. He's got 4.7 million subs. This is his company that he was a co-founder of, Midnight Society. Says on Friday evening, we became aware of an allegation against one of our co-founders, Guy Bayham, aka Dr. Disrespect. We assumed his innocence at the beginning. Blah, 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 excuse me. And began speaking with parties involved, and in order to maintain our principles and standards as a studio and individuals, we needed to act. For this reason, we are terminating our relationship with Guy BM immediately. While these facts are difficult to hear and even more difficult to accept, it is our duty to act with dignity on the behalf of all individuals involved, especially. It's not a real word. Sorry, I don't like the word especially. It's not real. The 55 developers and families we have employed along with our community of players. So he's been kicked from his own game company. Yep.
It's quite weird.
Beam himself to the X to clear the air in a expletive-laden post, which is typical of his style, breaking his silence on the ordeal. He says, first, it's not based.
No, the swearing.
Quote, first and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio, he wrote after saying he was going to cut the bullshit. After claiming that the decision to leave Midnight Society was a painful decision made collectively, BM came clean and admitted to what actually happened leading up to the mysterious 2020 banning. Now, when he was banned in 2020, we all assumed, I mean, myself included, that it was just Twitch being Twitch and gay because he must have like said something kind of offensive or he used a naughty word. That's what everyone assumed. But, quote, everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. BM wrote, before noting that the now public allegations meant he could tell his side of the story. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. Now, he edited this message, like, multiple times. I don't know the exact number, but there were multiple edits on this Twitter post. He, at some point, removed the word minor, but it was a minor. They were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. I never even met the individual. However, there were talks about meeting up at TwitchCon. About meeting up in person. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear, it was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. BM continued. Now, from a moral standpoint, I absolutely take responsibility. I should never have entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, a father. It should have never happened. I get it. After admitting the decision was stupid, BM launched into an impassioned defense of his character. Just want to say, how old is she? Do we know? No, we don't. We don't know how old the person is. The claim I've heard is 17, but I have seen everything all over the place. So I don't know. If she was 17, right? So there was a big case, like a big YouTube drama that happened 6 years ago or 7 years ago between a guy called Zaptai, or about a guy called Zaptai, which the iMalex stuff, which is also blown up recently, concerned, where he was 19 and he was messaging a girl who was 16 or was 14 but was claiming to be 16, and he got canceled and destroyed by everybody, even though like he was also, I think, a minor at the time, or just like whatever. If everybody's a teenager, you know what I mean? Right? I'd be honest, I don't really care. How do you feel about that, Spoon?
Which?
How do you feel about this age stuff? Because I think if a 19-year-old is sexting with a 14-year-old, that's weird. Just sexting with a 16-year-old, I'm kind of like, eh.
I do not want my take
I don't care.
Public.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because I would give some very, very spicy things.
Interesting. By you not saying it, people are gonna read into that.
Yes, and you are free to do so, because fucks I don't give.
My point is, a 19-year-old, 1917, at that point I'm like, whatever. It's 2-year fucking age gap. It's all relative, right? I'm the reason why 17 is weird in this case is because Doc is like in his late 30s or early or mid 30s.
My question is, where the hell are her fucking
weird.
parents, and why the hell were you on this fucking thing?
Good question. Good question. Good question.
My
but
main thing is, I'm not going to defend him, but the first question one is, how does anyone remember the bit with R. Kelly and Dave Chappelle where he said, "How old is 15 really?"
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because there comes a point where I kind of want to go. At what point do you gain sort of sentient capacity?
Yeah. Okay.
Because when
I'm
it's
talking about
17 years old,
legalistically, though.
Yes. Yeah, I'm in from the like literal perspective of, are you telling me that within the space of 17 to 18 years old, like this chick is somehow going to get a sense of
Yeah,
like,
the second that day switches over, that somehow that person becomes an adult.
Yeah, I don't buy that for a moment. Because something that I've noticed with this
I
kind
do,
of things,
however, think
it is always
just don't.
No, obviously that. But what I don't like about these conversations is that women have this thing where there's no accountability. They can never do anything fucking wrong.
We have no agency.
And the onus is always on the guy. I'm like, you're 17 years old. You fucking know what you're doing. Please stop this crap where you like, with like, oh, it's a 17-year-old taking advantage. Like, bitch, who contacted him first?
I just, however, as the older adult, it is your responsibility to not do this shit.
It is also the responsibility of the parents to make sure your fucking kid isn't doing this shit.
That's true as well. But I would say if you look, okay, so this has not happened to me. As a woman, I don't get this. I think men who are internet celebrities of any degree, no matter how micro, they get this, right? Where there will be young women who will hit you up. And because they're impressionable young women, and it probably feels really, it's got to be a giant ego boost to men, right? To be like, there's this young girl and she's like obsessed with me and in love with me, and she's a fan. It's got to be a huge ego boost.
I've had a 17-year-old message me on Twitter. It was actually like bizarrely cordial, which is really weird. Like way more than her age should suggest. Which is kind of strange. Yeah. I'm like, damn, you are extremely polite and well-mannered. And I learn about her family, like, okay, never mind. That explains a lot, actually. Because she was way more mannered than almost any other female that I've met, which is saying something.
Yeah, Okairo, I know what you're talking about. Is that do you expect people on the internet to start every conversation with how old are you? I know. I know that's not.
She
I'm not expecting that either.
She's 17. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't really feel weird about it.
But
she was very mannered. So.
Well, I don't flirt with people on the internet either. I mean, I have, but that's I met Bill through the internet, right? But my point is that like,
yeah, there's an expectation.
I wouldn't flirt with somebody at all unless I already like knew them pretty well. I mean, that's my personal thing, right? But that I guess maybe it's probably different for men. I'm a woman. I can't put myself. I literally cannot, because my brain is different, differently wired.
It's a bit different because you're the so-called aggressor in the sense that you're a man.
Yeah, and it's also that they'll say there's a power differential because blah blah blah. You're the big streamer, you know, right? Yeah. However, look, this is just my advice to anybody who is an influencer or who has any kind of social media presence.
Assume everyone's a fed.
Assume everyone is a fed and or a minor until you know better.
Yeah.
Okay? Just assume that and you'll be safer. Do not flirt with anybody unless you know them. And you want to know this? I'll say this, guys. Right? Because I've seen this before. It's like, why do influencers or what do social media people all hang out with each other? Why they only hang out with like normal people? It's like, do you know why? Because we know that the other person is who they say they are. You know what I mean? Like, and it's kind of a safe zone, right?
Yeah,
that's why.
At least with the content creator, you know who they are because you actually see them.
Right, or you see you know them like that's why we end up insulated. Yes, that is why, and this sounds so cringe, but it is the way that it is for that reason. Yeah. It's because you know that this other person is who they say they are, has things to gain and lose by public interaction, right, with each other. So like you don't want to fuck around. It sounds. When I first started doing YouTube, I used to hang out way more. It's mutually assured destruction, sort of, Lance, sort of. Only in that which it's not really that's not really how it is. It's not that kind of like scary way, you know. I've been around the block for a long time here, but like there is an element of that, of like we're just not gonna fuck with each other because it is a little bit of mutually assured destruction. Which again sounds terrible, but it is kind of the way that it is. Damn, that sounds awful, but it is sort of that way, isn't it?
Yeah. And I don't really get young girls hitting on me.
No, I don't have any. That's not what I'm talking about.
And
I don't
if
like.
they
I'm
do,
talking about.
I would say to say no. Your IQ.
No, I'm saying about talking with other influencers, right?
I don't think
because well, no, yeah,
if I'm
because
in an influencer, I will trash them.
Yeah, but we'll say things to each other, and you know what? You know exactly what you and I, personally, but you know, not just you and me, but you know, we will say things to other people who have internet personality profiles that we will not.
Say to an audience.
Yeah.
Yes. Naturally.
And that's and it's not because we don't believe it, but it's because they're because you know you can. Again, maybe it is mutually assured destruction,
well,
but
yeah.
I just would not. I mean, I've had people hit on me plenty of times. You know, I've had all that kind of stuff, but I've never had someone. I have had young people.
Wang wisdom from Miyagi Sensei. It's pretty good. I'm doing an article on that, by the way, tomorrow.
Nice.
I've been quiet for the last couple of days because my audio was acting up. It sounds a bit different now, which you might have noticed. There is a slight bit of difference in the bass and the high end.
Spoons changed his audio a little bit.
Yeah, which I'm very grateful for because it sounds the shit. And it's also made my recording a hell of a lot easier. So, woo.
You heard in... someone said... sorry, who said that? 1 second.
Which?
Old Man Skin said, I heard in 2017, Twitch Whisper age was 18 and up. Well, Twitch is always supposed to be 16 and up. And yet, they have never done anything to enforce that whatsoever. So that's same as YouTube. That's ridiculous. So I don't know. Look, what I would say is that I've not had a lot of like younger fans. First of all, my content does not appeal to anyone pretty young, I would say.
Yeah.
It just doesn't appeal. It's too intellectual. It's too...
I think your age is probably 25 to 34.
Yes, in terms of my YouTube, it's entirely... Oh no, I have a lot of like, it's like 18 to 34. 18 to 34 is my primary age.
Mine
it's
is
that entire...
Yeah, mine is, I think, 25 to 34, and then the next age bracket is the next one.
But I have like no one below 18.
Yeah, naturally, of course.
But it doesn't appeal.
I have some.
It's like 0.1% on mine, but I have been reached out to in the past a couple times. I've gotten DMs from young people saying, hey, I'm going through like a really hard time in my life, or this, that, or the other. And those are the kind of messages that I have gotten from people. I don't get them very regularly, but every once in a while I will. Just saying like, I'm feeling suicidal. I'm feeling upset. I'm feeling confused and lost in life. I'm going to college. I don't know what to do. You know, I get those kinds of messages, and from young people, and I try my best to do what I can. I've never gotten, but it's different as a woman, right? I don't get thirst posts from like 16-year-old guys being like, I want to bang you. I don't get that. Men do, though. Men do. Men get fangirls. And that must be weird.
If I ever
gotta
get that,
say
I will
no.
straight up tell the chick, like, no, that's creepy.
Yeah, but that's gotta be weird, though. Well, that's different for you because you're very safe in your masculinity. However, a lot of men aren't. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not talking shit necessarily about disrespect in that sense, because I don't know him enough to make that kind of diagnosis or anything, but he did get divorced recently.
That's because I'm handsome. I'm not really that bothered about it.
But most men don't get a lot of compliments in their lives, right?
I get compliments a lot on the voice.
I know, but I'm saying outside of social media, in real life, most men almost, and in fact, I've read the research on this. I've read the literature on it. There is a significant portion of men who have never been complimented in their entire lives, including by their own wives. Like, it's crazy when I read the literature on that. It was insane. It's like men who had like a wife of like 20 years, like, she's never said anything nice about me. I mean, he might have been lying, But you know, what the fuck? The vast majority of men never get a compliment. And all of a sudden, you become famous on the internet, and you get all these women who are all over your dick.
Gross.
I'm not saying that makes it okay. I'm not saying it makes it okay, but I'm saying that that is the case, is it not? All these women who suddenly are in love with you, and young women.
Ew.
I can see it's gross. It is disgusting, but I can see why men get fucked up over it. Doesn't make it okay.
Oh, young girls.
How young is she? I think she's 17. But even that's like, I mean, oh, come on now. Can you just not? Because he did it. He admitted to it. He says, okay, now, with all that said, don't get it fucking mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no effing predator or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone who truly knows me fucking knows where I stand on those things. Those type of people, fuck that. It's a different level of disgust that I fucking hate hearing about. Don't be labeling me as the worst with your exaggerations. Get the F out of here with that shit. As of the right. So, he did kind of admit to it, though. Finally, if you're not uncomfortable with his entire statement and you think I'm a piece of shit, fine, but I'm not gonna fucking go anywhere. They want me to disappear, yeah, fucking right. He admitted, though, to it, that he was talking to a minor. Right? I don't know what this means. I really don't. People are having a field day on this. I don't know what to think about it. I got my kind of opinions on it. I think that if he's in his mid-30s, you shouldn't be chatting with a 17-year-old in a sexual way no matter what. Hey, come on.
$1 on sale for 70.
Or a 19-year-old. Really. I mean, this is what... Okay, maybe it's because I'm a woman, right? But I cannot fathom what the fuck I would have to say of interest in a conversation with someone who's 19 years old. Right? Let's use 19. I'm 34. I can't fathom.
What is your taste of music like?
What are they gonna say? Nothing. You're gonna.
I will say the
they're
young
gonna be
girl
like
that
skibbity toilet.
No, I will say the young lady that I was speaking to. We were speaking about politics, and she managed to know her way around history rather well. I'm like, okay, either you come from a very good family, or you have a private tutor of some kind.
I don't know. I just can't imagine having anything. I can't imagine having anything to talk to. And that's not trying to insult 17-year-olds, okay? By the way, because some of you are very smart. Some of you might be watching.
I'm to you people.
But I'm not gonna. For the largely speaking, we're not gonna have much to talk about, right? Isn't cut out to be a school teacher? No, that's why I quit. You know. Actually, I was a pretty good professor. I was all right. Actually, no, I wasn't. I was very awkward because I always felt like I wasn't. I think that to be a good professor, right, you gotta like feel that you're kind of superior to the students, and I never felt that I was. So I think I was always a bad professor. Let's end on a little bit of this.
And when you look at what has been said, 6 years.
This was we were not gonna watch all of this. We thought about watching this clip, but we've gone too late. It's nearly 1. So that we didn't know this.
Is it?
Is that our friend of the show, Andrew Wilson, was recently on Tim Pool, and they got into a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a back and forth.
I feel like I need context for this. Because I have no idea.
Just watch this. It's only a minute. It's a 3-hour-long podcast. There was no way. We thought about kind of going over it tonight, but it was just going to be too long, so no. Middle school teacher. Probably what it'll end up being is a like middle school teacher. Honestly. Ugh, which is just teaching basic maths. I'm real good at that now. Anyway, here we go.
And when you look at what has been said 6 years ago and what it has tended toward and what has already happened, things don't bode well for us in November. And you go, no, we're fine. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
That's not what I said. So I've been kind enough not to strawman you. Don't strawman me. I didn't say.
You said Biden's
I didn't say no. It'll be fine.
Biden's going to get elected. Yeah. No one's going to do anything.
That's more akin to what I'm saying. That I think that it is likely that Biden gets re-election. Okay, and that you don't see a civil war from it. Yeah, you might see some activism, might see some small-scale violence that happens. No, I don't think it's going to lead.
You've been strawmanning the whole time.
I don't think it's going to lead to anything widespread.
A completely reasonable, logical response there from Andrew. He's right. They're not getting a civil war on this. People aren't activated enough. They're too content in their bread and circuses.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I think Andrew's completely on point on this. Like, people are just going to be like, they'll be mad, maybe a little bit of like, but it's the conservatives you're trying to rile up. They're not the ones who go out and burn cities down. That's the left.
Yeah.
Andrew's more cringe than Tim Foy-Burkhart. Really? Huh? How?
To be honest, I don't.
You're still strawmanning. Because my point...
How can I strawman my position?
You're strawmanning my position.
I wasn't talking about your position.
I did not say Joe Biden getting elected starts a civil war.
Tim, I was talking about Andrew Wilson's position is not Tim Pool's. I can't strawman myself. It's my position.
You said, I don't think Joe Biden getting elected will start a civil war. That's great.
That's my
position. Yeah, that's his opinion. I don't know why. Why is Tim... Am I taking crazy pills?
Tim is trying to say that I said that, so if you are against this position, I don't think he's criticizing Tim's position. What Tim is implying. The problem with that, Tim, is that's not strawmanning your position. That's just a disagreement.
Yeah, I feel like my brain is breaking listening to this.
No, I mean I know what Tim is trying to say, but that's not a strawman. That's just disagreeing with you. I don't see where's there a straw man. If you are saying, I think there's going to be a civil war, and he is disagreeing with that from his perspective, he can say, like, okay, his perspective is maybe influenced based on what you're saying, but that doesn't mean he's straw manning you. He's just disagreeing. Where is the straw manning?
Yeah, I don't get it. Again, Tim's always been fantastic to me. I have no problems with Tim. I just don't understand.
You
I feel
have
like
to stop saying that every single fucking time you criticize.
I like everyone involved in this, so I'm confused.
But everyone fucking knows this. It's just like when you say this every single time, it's like just like a prerequisite thing that you say that's like
yes. Now I do it. Now I do it just to piss you off.
I will be late for the next show.
Love you too, buddy.
Fuck you.
Position. When did I say it was yours?
But why would you make a point that I don't disagree on that? It has nothing to do with my position.
Because I just wanted to give you my position so that you understood my position.
Wait.
Okay, so I don't...
Tim, how... You just had to go at him for strawmanning you, and then you just said that. That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Tim, you just
doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
God damn.
No, it doesn't make any sense. This is almost over. Stop thinking.
I don't know what your argument is.
My argument is that I don't believe that there's going to be widespread political violence. Even though I think Trump is going to lose, I don't think there's going to be widespread political violence.
Which contradicts Tim's constant, civil war rhetoric, which is all that in that point that Andrew was raising.
The Civil War thing will never happen because Americans are just not. Your entire society apparently you went to war because you were taxed at like what? Not even 3%.
Yeah, I know, isn't it funny?
And then like, oh, we're gonna rise up, but like, you ain't gonna do shit. You're gonna eat shit from the federal government till you fucking die. Like, get over it. Like, please stop this crap of like, oh, we're gonna take up arms against government. No, you are fucking not. Stop the law. It is ridiculous. It is pathetic, and you're not gonna do shit. And you all know this. Like, Trump said the reason you're allowed to keep your guns is because the government knows you will never have the balls to take up arms against the state. That's the reason.
Brave just crashed. Oh, wait. Yeah, Brave crashed. Oh, wait, no, it's okay. All right, I did close this stream.
Americans get so pissed off when you say that.
Oh, I know. I'm going to read the rest of the super chats, then we're going to head out. Shall we? Where were we? Let me see. Thank you guys so much for supporting us, by the way, tonight. It's been a fun stream.
I want to message Andrew about that bit and ask him, like, Andrew, can you explain what you're trying to say here? Because I don't understand why he's upset.
Yeah. General Grievance for 5 says, can't wait to crack open an ice-cold conservative grift beer. I know, right? DRTS King for 5 says, Aiden, since in 2 weeks it will have been 13 years since George R. R. Martin released A Dance with Dragons. Have you seen House of the Dragon? It's good, in my opinion. I have not actually watched it, but I have heard it is good. I will have to actually check it out, because everyone does say it's good. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $50 says, I could run for sheriff of my county right now, despite having zero experience wearing a badge. This one just got to have black faces in political positions. Spoon is right. Yeah, I didn't know that, man. That's crazy. I had no idea that you could just do that shit. Minnesota Fats for 10 says, the Academy is a false idol, boss. I know it is. I got my new video coming out in it, and you'll see it all laid out in full detail.
Would you teach
Wash your hands
that
of
the
it.
Academy is for homosexuals? And you should learn to become wiser outside of the academic performances.
Yes. I know,
because
but it's
the real
difficult.
Knowledge is all the real interesting, weird, wacky people that have interesting thoughts are nowhere near the regime.
It's hard for me, Spooner, because I love the Academy, and it's hard. I love the Republic.
Curtis Yarvin.
Yeah.
Yes, and Curtis is against it. Curtis is the man who said you should drive a tank through Harvard.
I know, but I love the idea of it. It's not its function. It's not its factuality.
Yes, but that doesn't mean you have to like the current version.
Yes, that's what I always say.
Yes, so
I
you
love
like
the idea
academia.
of the Academy. Yes, as an idea.
Yes, you like the ivory tower.
Love the
current
pomp and
ivory
circumstance.
tower
I love
is cringe.
it.
Well, yeah, you're a
Yes,
fucking
I know.
monarchist.
I know. And so Minnesota Fans continues. He says, wash your hands of it. Sidebar, the FAG's DMs reminded me of the contestant 47 from Butt Mad Troon study that went on the yummy boyhole tangent triple S trolling. Yes, I wish that video was still up. It is still up on Odyssey, but yes, that video had to be taken down because the authors of the study got so butt blasted, they took the video down from my YouTube channel. Deadpool Kid for 10 says, of their published academic study, had that video taken down. Very cute. Deadpool Kid for 10 says, told my family long ago I'm not interested in saving or restoring the current system that'll continue to offer guys like me nothing. I mean, true. Why should you? Lance for 10 says, who do you think has it worse? Those black kids who were adopted by that Washington couple, or the black kids adopted by Charlize Theron, who she immediately made trans? Oof. What do you think, Spoon? So. Sure. She's South African.
Yeah, that's why, of course.
I know.
Speak the language of my own kid.
I don't know who has it. I don't know who has it worse, and that's a really sad thing to say, is the slaves or the children who are forced into being sterilized. I'm not sure. A ginger plumber for 5. Eh? なんでよ? もちろん. そうでしょう。わかんないけど. Ginger Plumber for 5 says, from the moment I understood the weakness of it disgusted me. From the moment I understood the weakness of liberalism, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of the monarchism. Cutilarious. I'd not heard that. That's a good quote, though. Thank you. Cool Summers for 2 says, Darth Toothy punched the headbutt lightsaber. And headbutt lightsabers. Yeah, they headbutt lightsabers. It's insane. It's so bad. Lance for 2 says...
lightsabers?
Like the
actual blade or the hilt?
I think... I saw the clip. It looked a little bit like they were headbutting. Not the blade, but like, the hilt. It looked really stupid, though.
Why?
Yeah, Lance for 2 says, she's not half white. Her father is a Jew. Okay. Hasbro for 5 says...
that explains a shitload. Never mind.
Amanda Stenberg? Yeah. What do you think? Amanda spent 3 days... Amanda spent 3 days making a video to say she wasn't bothered. Kind of a self-defeating endeavor. I did read that before, but yes, worth rereading. Rick for 2 says, who equals 1963, one day after C.S. Lewis died? Oh, Doctor Who. Yes. Rick for another 5 says, hurt by New Who, listening to Big Finish. I also watch Puddle Glum's speech from Narnia BBV miniseries with Tom Baker. Dude, the old stuff, with the Big Finish production stuff was so cool. We didn't get any of that in the West, in the United States. So it was always like, I only found that stuff when I was like in my 20s, the Big Finish stuff. All those radio plays, which are really cool, that we never got at all. In the United States, we didn't get any of Doctor Who really until 2006, because... I mean, it would air on, like, public broadcasting occasionally, like 3 in the morning. But other than that, we really did not get Doctor Who. So it was like an ultra nerd thing, right? Like, the nerdiest you could be in the US was to be into Doctor Who. Until 2006. Was it 2006 or 2004 when the reboot happened? Whatever. One of those years. Early 2000s. Jizuke Taizago. Remember for 10 months. Thank you so much, man. Says, hope you all are doing well, taking care of yourself. Beanie Boy has lost any semblance of respect and chill. His intellect burnt by his ideology and echo chamber. Maybe. I quite liked him. And Linda Hunter.
You like everyone.
Just gave 1 gifted Broken Crown membership. Thank you. Yes, I do like everybody. It's called high agreeableness, Spoon.
I can think of 3 people you hate.
Oh, sure. Name them.
Vosh.
Yes.
David Pakman.
Yes.
Sam Cedar.
Yes. All right,
There
look,
go.
you found 3 people I hate. People I would actually say that I hate. Yeah.
By the way, I was watching a clip with
Oh,
Dave
throw
Pakman,
Hassan in there. Throw Hassan in there.
With Dave Pakman on trigonometry. I'm like, how has no one just taken you behind the bike sheds and made sure you
Yes.
more kneecaps? Because
I know.
my
Yes,
God,
Doctor Who is
the
nurse
level
what
of-
now? Exactly.
The level of smugness from that guy's face, I'm like, when he talks, my mind just says, I just have this inclination just to make a fist and just look. I'm like,
Ginger Plumber, how do I live in the UK now? What 40k is? Of course I know what 40k is. Rick for 2 says, yeah. Of course I know what 40k is. Rick for 2 says it. I'm actually quite a dude. Yeah. I have not played the game, but I like the lore, and I've read a couple of the books. Rick for 2 says in the U.S. Doctor Who gets hijacked by Max Headroom. Yeah, probably. Thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight, and we will see you all. Well, tomorrow you can see me. I will be on Geeks and Gamers Tabletop. We are finishing up our campaign. Our current campaign. I think we'll be doing a werewolf campaign afterwards. Not really sure. Which is curious. My last point on this is that Twitter banned a whole bunch of people, including Epic Mike. We're supposed to be doing a werewolf campaign with Epic Mike, I think, and he just got banned from Twitter for no reason. He's been unbanned. He's back now, but Stelios from Lotus Eaters is still banned, as far as I know. Stelios is the nicest guy ever. What does he do? He didn't do anything. Something weird is happening on Twitter. Anywho. Hopefully Stelios will be back soon.
Yeah, one random thing. To all the people that went to the live stream that I did yesterday, thank you for that, by the way. Because I was going to make a video, but then again, audio problems, shite. So I basically just announced it on my YouTube wall and on Twitter. And there was actually a fair few people that showed up, so thank you for that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm actually going to do that as either every week or every second week with Vex. And we decided to call it the Wang and the Whiteness. That's a fucking good name.
Oh, the Prayer of the Cult of Mechanicus. I didn't recognize it, Ginger Plumber. I wasn't thinking about it, that's why. Sorry. But yeah, check out when Spoon if he goes live on Rumble, he will post it on his YouTube channel. Go check it out there.
Yeah, because I've decided that if I'm gonna do streaming, I only want to do it on Rumble because I don't want to not be able to.
Yeah, so Spoon can be naughty.
Yes, we talk about the history of certain countries in the mid 1900s, and banking and uniforms and cool architecture.
Of course.
Yeah, there you go.
Nothing else.
We use gamer words. Yeah.
They're going to use gamer words. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, dear